All right. Good Wednesday morning to each and every one of you. The extravaganza is about to commence here. Yeah, the extravaganza is about to commence here. I forgot to change the color. So give me 1 second while I do that. And then we're going to get to the Wordle for today. I never switched it over. There we go. All right. So here we go with the Wordle for today. And then, of course, I got a few things to talk about here that's happened over the last 48 hours or so. Oh, nope, I was going to put chime. No. Interesting. Chide is the word today. Okay. Now, this show is going to be a little different. This is going to be a little bit of a different, this routine is going to be a little bit different here. Because in just a matter of minutes, well, actually over the next I missed the moment he went online, but whatever. Anyway, in just a matter of minutes here, we will be receiving the first of several Severe Weather Awareness Week drills that, of course, will be performed by several states over the next several months. I did put all the stations in over the weekend. So over the weekend, I got all the stations in a monitor sheet written down and ready to go. So all the monitors are in there, and they're all ready to go. So Georgia is up first, and that will be in the next few minutes. I see Drew's not feeling well today. Yeah, somebody else in my family's not feeling well today either. So as a result, I have silenced some of my louder radios have been silenced. Hopefully it will be just this week. I know a lot of you were looking forward to hearing all my other ones alert sirens. I know a lot of you were looking forward to that, but unfortunately that came up unfortunately it came up at the last minute, as it typically does. So I do apologize for the inconvenience in advance. But anyway, I see we got a couple minutes left here, so let me go ahead and get it going. We're gonna do let's pull up as many Georgia stations as we can. I don't know how many we can pull up. Cannon don't work no more. Savannah. I see Charleston's already sending the drill.
This is a test. Repeat, this is a test. A test tornado drill has been issued for all counties in southeast Georgia through 10 a.m. This drill is being conducted as part of severe weather preparedness week in the state of Georgia. Schools, nursing homes, and businesses that are participating in today's drill should implement their tornado drill procedures now. Again, this a test tornado drill. No severe weather is occurring. A drill cancellation message will not be issued. The National Weather Service and the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency appreciate your participation in this year's tornado drill.
And here goes Clayton.
This is a practice test warning message from the National Weather Service as part of Severe Weather Awareness Week for the state of Georgia. This test will also serve as the weekly test for our Georgia listeners. Repeating, this is only a test. This practice test warning is in
And here goes Peachtree City.
5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for all of Georgia. Had this been an actual warning, please think about what you would do right now if you are at home, at work, school, or in your car. Know the tornado safety rules to protect yourself and your family. This test warning is conducted to allow schools, businesses, emergency managers, and the public to exercise their tornado safety procedures. Once again, this practice test warning message will remain in effect until 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be no follow-up statements issued. Warning is conducted. This concludes the test warning message from the National Weather Service. Schools, businesses, emergency managers, and the public to exercise their tornado safety procedures. Once again, this practice test warning message will remain in effect until 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Repeating, this is only a test. No follow-up statement. This practice test is in effect until 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for all of Georgia. Now, this is an actual warning. Please think about what you would do right now if you were at home, at work, or in your car. Know the tornado safety rules to protect yourself and your family. This test warning is conducted annually during Severe Weather Preparedness Week to allow schools, businesses, emergency managers, and the public to exercise their tornado safety procedures. Once again, this practice test warning message will remain in effect until 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be no follow-up statements issued. This concludes the test warning message from the National Weather Service. We now return to our normal weather broadcasting. Yesterday, low temperature was 26 degrees. This low was 16 degrees.
Seems like Tallahassee and Jacksonville failed the drill. As I had them in there, because I have them in there. Or are they going to send the drill for their entire coverage area, respectively? Oh yes, and speaking of which, this drill that just happened for Georgia, that is going to take the place of the usual Peachtree City Weekly that usually happens. That usually happens at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So this will take the place of it this week. And as for GSP, this will only take the place of the Georgia portion of Greenville's transmitters, as the message stated. This will also take the place of the Georgia portion of Charleston. And, of course, this will completely take the portion of Jacksonville and of course, this severe weather drill will take the place of Melbourne's Melbourne's test, and this will take the place of Tampa's morning test that both usually happen between 11 a.m. and noon Eastern Time. And as for that usually happen between 11 a.m. and noon Eastern Time. And of course, this is going to be when Jacksonville would usually send the weekly out. So it's going to happen right at 9 a.m. Central Time. And this will actually take the place of... This is going to take the place of Birmingham and Huntsville's test for this week as well. So let me look at their pages and let me be sure that I am getting this that I'm getting the information correct. Birmingham doesn't say anything about severe weather preparedness week. If we go here, yeah, here we go, Alabama. And then scrolling all the way down to the page, this is the tornado safety drill. But it does say that, it says that Alabama doesn't conduct a statewide tornado drill. Which, of course, will be used for this week's test for Birmingham, Huntsville, and Mobile's morning test. But I believe they're still going to test their Mississippi transmitters. But they're going to shorten the test message to only mention Mississippi. They're going to shorten the test message down to only mention Mississippi. So when KC61 sends a second test out, it's only going to mention George and Jackson counties in that respective state. All right. So now that that's over, oh, we got to get ready for the word game too, don't we? Oh. All right. So now that that's over, so what's happened since we were last with you, which was like 48 hours ago or so. Yeah, which was like 48 hours ago. Well, here's what happened. So, of course, after we left you on Sunday, yeah, I don't think anything much really, because I spent the. Oh, I must have muted. Oh, is my speaker off or is it not on the right source? Oh, let me check the speakers. Let me check the speaker output because I had done updates last night. Oh, I have Discord muted. That's the problem. There we go. I forgot I had muted Discord last night when I was putting together the Ticket to Ride episodes. When I was putting together Play 9 episodes in case the Lembine was gonna call me at like 10:30 at night.
Anyways, what I was trying to say was the only station I got the tornado drill is on KXI 81, WNC 53, and what was the other one?
KC 80?
Yeah, but WWF 24 didn't. No, WWH 24 didn't go.
Even though they serve Georgia, which is interesting. Yeah. So, all right. So now that we've got those problems addressed, I was going to say about the last several hours when we were last live. So
I hate when some of these stations only have this automated forecast.
So after we left our folks on Sunday, well, of course I put together the list of stations for the Severe Weather Awareness Week drills that will be happening. Of course, the ones that happened.
When did KPS 505 went offline?
That I don't know.
I don't know what they use.
It looks like MBS is going to go straight to the word game without a test. All right, then.
Here we go. Dang, slow down, Tom. I mean, Paul. So the following thing I'm going on is KD38 and 20.
Just making sure I got those letters correct. And of course, we'll try to see what kind of crazy word we can make with them later on the show, as always. And I hear he's got the Florida stations going because that's coming up next in about 20 minutes. Yeah, that's coming up. That's coming up next here.
Hey, Plainfield.
I didn't move this guy down. Here we go. All right. What is it?
Is there any other things I could bring up for the Florida Surveillance Trail on? So here's the phone that I'm trying to get from. So I got KIH 24 in Tallahassee, Florida.
Yep.
KEC 38 in Largo, Florida. KIH 26 in Daytona Beach and KIH 3 in Orlando.
I would also, I believe KHB 39 Jacksonville's also gonna relay the drill as well. I mean KHB 39, because it'll be at that time when they usually send their weekly test out.
I don't see a KHB 39, but I do have a KHB 32.
Well, it's on GWES's weather radio servers, and I do have it in my logger as of this moment. But when the drill gets sent out, if all goes well, it'll show up. Yeah, there's no live stream for that, but there is a... Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, there is a live stream of Miami on GWES's weather radio servers. But again, just like with Jacksonville, it'll show up when the drill gets sent out.
Want to try out the ANG 522, which I don't know.
In Palatka. Yeah, Palatka. That's a Jacksonville. That's a Jacksonville transmitter.
What, the ANG 522?
That one, yes. That's served by NWS Jacksonville. All right. So now for what happened when our folks were last with us. So like I said, I put together all the stations for the Severe Weather Awareness Week drills that will be occurring over the next few months as we get ready to move into the spring. So I put down everything for Tennessee, I've put down everything for Mississippi, and of course for my state, Missouri, Kansas, and of course a whole bunch of others. And of course I've labeled them all by date. For some, it's just guesses based on when these drills happened last year. This is just a guess. I'm just guessing based on when these drills happened last year. And then I also do have some changes to the spring taping schedule that I'd like to announce, but we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that when we get there. So that's what I did on Sunday night. And then on Monday morning, 670 The Score officially launched on 104.3 FM, which was formerly WBMX.
You know, I did hear. To be fair, I did hear the fact about that stuff.
Yeah, I saw Southern PA WX's video on that too. On the announcement that they were going to switch. I even heard promos for it on 670 The Score weeks prior to it happening.
So Plainfield, what I'm doing is I'm going to get that's probably from KIH 54 to where formerly landed the EAS guy 2005, who's now known as Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that stream don't sound good.
Yeah,
hence why John's Logger picked it up as an unknown originator that one week. Darn.
I hope the viewers did not hear that.
Well, I'm pretty sure our viewers did.
Dude, god damn.
Alright. So as I was saying, 670 The Score flipped the switch to start their FM signal. Let's see, they ended, WBMX jams ended at 7 a.m. Was it on Friday morning of last week? I think it was, if I remember. Because I actually just found the video from a guy known as Midwestern DX. He actually captured the moment they flipped. So, and then, so it was at 7 a.m. when WBMX ended.
Excuse me, this is Steve Ballman at Ballman to share an important call us
And then in the middle of a Malman Law commercial, they switch over the 670 to the score. And there we go. Would have been nice to capture it all on AM. In fact, I think we can rewind on their. I think we can go back on their Odyssey stream. We can hear the moment they made the switch. I believe I can rewind still. Let's see if I can. Monday, it was at 8 a.m. when they flipped, so it was during Mully and Haw.
Sports Radio in Chicago will begin. Keep listening and be a part of history as we flip the switch to launch 104.3 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
So that was one of the IDs.
Chicago. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by our local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
And then here's when they flip the switch.
Score fans, from the very beginning, The Score has made history in Chicago. The Score will have to earn its stripes, and we plan to do just that. The Score, Sports Radio 820. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Are you resigned to his fate? Is the same guy?
Score was on 820 before. That's interesting. Well, now it's on 670.
Chicago White Sox. You've never put on shorts again, play basketball in the NBA. No, I will not. Since we're saying goodbye now to the 1160 frequency, should we trash it? Just like these powerful people in charge of this, they make these moves, it's because they believe in you. The Score, Chicago's Sports Radio 670, now officially signs on the air. It's a perfect game. His second no-hitter. He now hits the Tampa Bay Rays. First and #1 sports station since 1992, starting out as a dawn to dusk station on AM 820, then 1160, and finally moving to the 50,000-watt powerhouse of 670, is about to make history as the first all-sports station on FM radio in Chicago. Keep listening as we are seconds away from our official launch of The Score on 104.3 FM, powered by the official sports book of The Score, Circa Sports. Sports betting the way it should be, with no bet fees. Now, back to the award-winning #1 sports morning show in Chicago, as we are seconds away from the beginning of a new era in Chicago radio. Launching 104.3 The Score on the FM.
Yeah, and this was on Monday morning.
This will be the first ever sports radio station in Chicago, heard on FM radio. The Chicago Sports Talk, Cubs baseball, and Bulls basketball will all be in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
This is something a lot of people have been waiting for.
This historic occasion, Mully and Haw. Yes, indeed, it is time for the actual flipping of the switch.
Now let's go to the moment they flip the switch.
Let's get
course, excited to be here with you.
We're so excited. So many people worked on this for so many years. The day,
This is
the
amazing.
hour, the minute,
This is just amazing.
second.
I was thinking about
Are you ready for this?
it myself, whether I was going to let it record while I was asleep.
Let's go. Let's get the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
And that was the countdown, then they flip over.
3, 2, 1. Switch is flipped. Wow. Welcome to the FM. Welcome to the FM. Never saw it.
And that was the moment they made the switch.
This thing's still on. Yes.
This is incredible.
Oh my goodness. It is the man himself. John, welcome to the studio. What a glorious, beautiful day. John Vincent, welcome to the studio.
Welcome to the score. That's amazing. And then they actually ended up doing the national anthem. They ended up doing the national anthem afterwards. You know, to celebrate this historic milestone, because I know this is something a lot of people in Chicago were actually waiting for a very long time. A lot of people were actually waiting for this moment for a very long time, and I'm sure a lot of them are happy to see that moment has arrived. So that was definitely a historic morning for Chicago. And although I missed the initial flip, I was gonna think about recording their Odyssey stream and leave it running overnight. You know, considering how significant because I didn't know exactly when they were going to make the switch. Like, they could have done it like 5 a.m. They could have done it at 7 a.m. when I was still asleep, but they made the switch they actually flipped the switch at 8 a.m. And while I did try tuning into WBMX, where its former stream was, it is now nothing but silence. And with that, their 4:03 a.m. auto test is unfortunately no more. But of course I can cope with it. And I've confirmed that I did confirm that the auto test no longer goes through, so I can get rid of WBMX off the Tuesday list permanently, because WBMX is no longer in existence. It has been taken over by 670 The Score. Well, while it is now called 104.3 The Score, I'll still go under 670 The Score, because that's the call sign it's always been for many, many years. At least they did cover a little bit of their history, some of the history of it that I didn't even know beforehand. I mean, they started out at 820, then they moved to 1160, and now they're on 670, and I'm sure that will remain this way for the foreseeable future, unless they decide to shut down their AM signal forever and go exclusively to all FM. Who knows who knows if that's going to happen. I mean, if it does, that's going to be like a repeat of analog TV to digital TV all over again. It's going to be a repeat of that. But regardless of that, that's an amazing. This was such a historic moment for Chicago radio broadcasting in general. And they also did run their first test on FM later in the morning too. So that was at 11 a.m. I believe it was. If I look at the logs. If I look at the logs, I'm sure we'll see it. Not yesterday. We got to keep going up here. 2-3. That's Tuesday. This is Monday. Here we go. Yeah, this is Monday. If I go up on the list, it was 11:22 a.m. on Monday. when they sent out their first weekly test over FM. I suppose that's a trial of their new. I suppose this was supposed to be a trial run of a new test message. I'm not sure what their new test message sounds like, but we're gonna find that out here, and we're gonna find that out here in just a few moments. All right. So, other than the score flipping to FM, making history in Chicago broadcasting, what else happened that day? Well, I ended up putting together some more Play 9 episodes. So I got some more Play 9 episodes put together. I was able to get up to 22 on that day. On Monday, I was able to get 22 additional Play 9 episodes. My evening class that night the lecture took so long that literally a lot of us were there right until like the college closed for the day. That's how long the lecture went. It was pretty crazy. Then I came home, finished up all the assignments for that course and everything like that, and then just winded down for the night the best I could. And then yesterday, just had to take care of the Perfect Line episode that came on the night before in the morning, and then went ahead and got started with recording episodes of more episodes of Play 9. In fact, I was able to record 10 episodes. I was able to record 10 episodes that day. So that brings not only Play 9, so that brings the series now up to 32 for the season, which now officially puts the show over the halfway point. So I've still got a couple more days left to go to record more episodes of the show. And which, of course, that's what I'll be doing. Well, yeah, and then I went to my other evening class that night, and then took care of the Perfect Line and Flip Side before putting together those Play 9 episodes. While the Wi-Fi card did show up and I did attempt the upgrade, unfortunately, it didn't go the way I had hoped. It's because the antenna cables that shipped with it were too short to fit inside of the small form factor case. They need to be a bit longer. So at this point, I've devised alternate plans. Either a PCIe WLAN card or just buy one of those USB Wi-Fi adapters, and that will be the only way that I can get this thing connected wirelessly. But until then, it's going to continue with bridging connection. It's going to continue with bridging the Wi-Fi connection until we get something, until we can figure something out. So that's what it's going to have to be for the time being. So maybe when one PC goes offline, the other goes offline as well. Yeah, I just want these upgrades done ahead of the upcoming severe weather season. Alright, and I will continue with it in just a moment because we are about a minute away now from Florida. So let's go ahead and get everything going here.
Wind west at 6 miles per hour. In Ocala, sunny, 50. Wind south at 7 miles per hour. Leesburg, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz, serving southeast Florida and originating from the National Weather Service Forecasting Office, located on the main campus of Florida International University of County Lisbon. Now let's listen to the Weather Service forecasting
And let me open up KHB 39 here. All right. Any second now. Oh, I forgot Alabama too, but I don't have any room for Alabama. All right. Alabama's drill is going to be going out as well. And here it all goes.
The following is a statewide tornado drill as part of Florida Severe Weather Awareness Week. Test tornado warning. Test there is no severe weather occurring at this time. This is only a test. The National Weather Service in Miami has issued a test tornado warning for the following counties of South Florida: Broward County, Collier County, Glades County, Henry County, Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach County, until 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a test. Repeat, this is a test. There is no severe weather occurring at this time. The National Weather Service in Miami has issued a test tornado warning for all counties in South Florida until 9:30 a.m. Central Time for all counties in Central Alabama and Palm Beach Severe Weather Awareness Week. Repeat, this is a test. Tornado warning includes times to press word tornado actions, including resolution, of the tornado and areas that might be affected by the tornado when the tornado into effect. The message would also include taking actions that you would take to protect your life in the tornado. This is only a test. Test warning portion form of communication message Florida Severe Weather Other shelter options shelter only when storm shelter severe weather is occurring. Which are options are weather. This is only a test. Homes are located tornadoes. These residents sunlight and sheltering sunlight leads to areas exposed extremes such as winds, caution of 4 acres from sunlight leaders, tall trees, young power lines, and gas leaks will exist. Repeating, this is a test tornado warning until 9:30 a.m. Central Time for all counties in Central Alabama as part of Severe Weather Awareness Week. This is a test. This is a test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device. The warning alarm will be activated for severe thunderstorm, tornado,
And then this is the usual. And then this is the usual message right here.
in the KRH 54 listening area. Bibb, Blunt, Chilton, Coosa, Jefferson, St. Clair, Shelby, Tuscaloosa, and Walker. This has been a test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device.
And it timed out. And the message timed out. Alright, let's hear each other. Let's hear all the other drill messages separately. Here's what Miami's message sounded like.
Part of Florida Severe Weather Awareness Week. Test tornado warning. Test there is no severe weather occurring at this time. This is only a test. The National
Is this Mobile's drill or is this the usual message?
Tornado warning for the following counties of South Florida: Broward County, Collier County, Glades County, Henry County.
Yeah, that's the usual message.
Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach County, until 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a test. Repeat, this is a test. test. There is no severe weather occurring at this time. The National Weather Service in Miami has issued a test tornado warning for all counties in South Florida, including Broward, Collier, Glades, Henry, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach until 10:30 a.m. Repeat, this is a test tornado warning. If this were an actual tornado warning, information on the location of the tornado, direction and speed of movement of the tornado, and areas that might be affected by the tornado would be included. The message would also include safety actions that you would take to protect your life in a tornado threat. Remember, this is only a test. No severe weather is occurring at this time. For this drill, once you have exercised your tornado safety plan, you may consider the drill to be completed. Repeating, this is the test warning portion of the statewide tornado drill as part of Florida's Severe Weather Awareness Week. This is only a test. Remember, this is only a test. No severe weather is occurring at this time. Repeat, this is only a test.
Alright, so that's Miami's message. And the score's test message has also not changed. Now let's hear what Melbourne's test message sounded like. Alright, so let's hear what.
Tornado drill begins now. This is the practice tornado warning for the statewide tornado drill. There is no severe weather occurring at this time. The National Weather Service has issued a practice tornado warning effective until 10:30 a.m. this morning for all counties in East Central Florida. This includes Volusia, Lake, Seminole, Orange, Brevard, Osceola, Indian River, Martin, St. Lucie, and Okeechobee counties. Remember, a tornado warning means a tornado has been sighted or has been detected on National Weather Service radar. If this were an actual warning, information would be included on the location of the tornado and the communities in its path. The message would also include safety actions that you would take to protect your life in a tornado threat. Once you have reached your shelter area, you may consider the drill over and resume normal activities. A statement terminating the drill will be issued around 10:30 a.m., but it will not be alarmed. Repeating, this is the warning portion of the statewide tornado drill. This is a drill. For more information, contact the National Weather Service in Melbourne at 321-255-0212 or visit weather.gov/drill. To learn more about how to receive emergency alerts in your community, visit alertflorida.com and floridadisaster.org.
During emergencies, this alarm will be activated. This test is conducted every Wednesday between 11 and 12 noon. If weather conditions are unfavorable, the test will be done on the following Wednesday. Now we return to our regular programming.
Alright, let's see how Jacksonville. Let's see what Jacksonville's message sounded like. There's what Jacksonville's message sounded like.
This is a practice test warning. The National Weather Service, in conjunction with the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management, are conducting the statewide tornado drill. The drill will begin at 10 a.m. and will conclude at 10:30 a.m. The drill will not trigger the emergency alert system, nor will it trigger cell phones. There will be no concluding message from the National Weather Service or other participating agencies. Assume the drill is completed when you have completed your agency's goals and activities. At this time, schools, nursing homes, churches, libraries, and other agencies participating in today's drill should initiate those activities. Once again, the drill concludes when you have completed your activities. The National Weather Service and the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management thank you for your participation in today's drill.
So that's what Jacksonville's message sounded like. So here's this. This is the exact wording that they had used for the drill. Let's see. This is Key West's message. Yeah, what?
Did you the one from KIA 63.
Well, I did get the test message on KH54.
Yeah, I'm talking about Florida though.
For Florida, yes, I got it from all forecast offices possible. Miami, Tampa, Melbourne, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, got all of them.
Yeah, I got it from
KH24. Speaking of which, we're gonna hear what the test message for that office sounded like.
Florida Severe Weather Awareness Week drill is now occurring through 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There is no severe weather occurring at this time. This is only a drill. The National Weather Service, in conjunction with the Florida Department of Emergency Management, has issued a Texas tornado warning in support of the Florida 2026 Severe Weather Awareness Week. The warning is effective until 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for all counties in Florida. This includes the following counties: Walton, Holmes, Washington, Bay, Jackson, Calhoun, Gulf, Gadsden, Liberty, Franklin, Leon, Wakulla, Jefferson, Madison, Taylor, Lafayette, and Dixie. Repeat, this is a drill. Remember, when a tornado warning is issued, this means that a tornado has been sighted or has been indicated on National Weather Service Java radar. At this time, schools, hospitals, nursing homes, emergency management agencies, and other organizations participating in the tornado drill should take those actions planned for successful completion of the drill. The drill will conclude at the bottom of the hour or when your organization means you have successfully completed your goals. Repeat, this is a drill. If this were an actual warning, information would be included on the location of the tornado and the communities in its path. The message would also include safety actions that you would take to protect your life during a tornado threat. This drill message will also serve as the weekly routine test for NOAA weather radio transmitters in the listening area. There will not be a test later in the morning. To learn more about how to receive emergency alerts in your community, visit www.floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare/SWAW. If you have any questions about this tornado drill or NOAA weather radio, you can contact the National Weather Service at 850-942-8833 and use option 9 in the phone tree. Thank you for participating in this year's annual tornado drill. Northwest winds 5 to 10 knots, becoming northeast after midnight.
So there was a marine warning in effect while the drill was going out, but it has just been canceled. So Tallahassee never sent the statement here.
Your coastal waters forecast for the following marine location.
All I see are Melbourne, Key West.
Brings out 20 nautical miles. Issued at 9:55 a.m.
But that is the statement acknowledging the start of the drill. But of course, there's going to be one more. There's going to be one more later to acknowledge the termination. Which one's still playing? Oh, this one is. Let's do this one. We're gonna hear what Tampa's. We're gonna hear how Tampa sound. How Tampa interpreted the drill. Alright, here's how Tampa did the drill.
This is NOAA Weather Radio, the 24-hour voice of the National Weather Service. The preceding signal served not only as a test of the public warning and alarm for transmitters in West Central and Southwest Florida listening area, but also as a tornado drill done in cooperation with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and your local county and emergency management offices, originating from Ruskin, Florida. This is a tornado drill completed for Severe Weather Awareness Week and is only a test. Citizens are encouraged to review their tornado safety plans, confirm their ability to receive weather alerts through multiple means, including by NOAA Weather Radio, and practice moving quickly to the safest location within a structure. The best location to shelter is often the lowest floor in a small interior room, far from windows, such as a closet or bathroom. For more information, visit the National Weather Service Ruskin website at weather.gov/Tampa Bay. Also, be sure to visit floridadisaster.org, where you can learn more about Florida's weather hazards and subscribe to Alert Florida, which is a statewide notification initiative to receive emergency alerts and other public safety notifications within your community. This drill was also conducted to test the same system, or specific area message encoder. The same system will alert only the county or counties affected.
And then the rest of this test message is normal.
This is a tornado drill. Regular weekly tests are conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, and again between 6 and 8 p.m. Unless severe weather threats This concludes the tornado drill and required weekly tests. We now return to regular programming.
So there we go. That is this year's severe weather preparedness exercise for both Florida, Alabama. Yeah, for both Florida and Alabama. That was the practice test message for Florida and Alabama. Georgia did theirs half an hour ago. So, as Tallahassee stated, this will take the place of the routine test for every office in the state. And this will take the place of the weekly for Georgia. So this will take the place for Peachtree City. And this is taking the place of Tallahassee's test, because as such it will not be happening later this morning. It will not be happening in the next hour. So we're going to be running a little bit, we're going to be short on a few offices for this one this week, but it's no big deal. But because Tampa does their test in the evening, as well, that test will not be changed by the is not going to be changed by the severe weather awareness drill that just happened. Now, of course, in the next 15 minutes, they will send out a cancellation message. However, of course, it will just go through NWR. It won't be toned, but at least it's an acknowledgement that the drill has concluded. That, as it said, the drill is simply over when the householder organization has practiced the adequate severe weather procedures, and then they can return to whatever, and then they can just resume whatever they've got. All right, so that's the first 3 Severe Weather Awareness Week drills done. But there was something else I forgot to mention too, in regards to the, well, not just related to Play 9, but also even before the hardware upgrades too. Over the last several days, over the last couple of days, I found these interesting little parodies of sort with the Yu-Gi-Oh characters. The first one I found was the 3 main characters, Yugi, Joey, and Kaiba, visiting Walmart, and Yugi encounters Jaden along the way while looking for booster packs. And then Kaiba looks for some cheese crackers, and then he just finds nothing but Cheez-Its on the shelf. That one's a good one. Especially at the end. That was my favorite part. My other favorite part was at the end, was when Kaiba puts on back, Joey gets worked up over it.
God damn it, this song again!
And believe it or not, they're all the voices for these characters are pretty much, well, I'm just gonna say they're very accurate. They're very accurate representations, accurate representations of the actual voices that were used in the 4Kids English dub of the original Yu-Gi-Oh. Hence why the original characters are there. But at least whoever made this put a few disclaimers about the voices being AI generated. He didn't put the disclaimer at the beginning, but he would later on. Like this one with the long drive-through line. With a description at the beginning. Then it has AI generated voices, but written by an actual human. And then another disclaimer later on. I really like this. This one's a good one. Where Yugi gets impatient in the drive-thru and he just walks into the restaurant and gets his meal himself. And then Joey shows Mokuba some videos on his like Samsung phone. And then another scene where someone tries to find out how to run their dual bike, and then they just turn on some reading mode, and then it just uses text to speech and reads everything out loud. And then Yugi gets impatient. He just gets out and walks into the restaurant, and then gets his meal himself. And then a whole lot of customers recognize him, and then they all come up to him wanting to get autographs. Oh my gosh. And then the staff wanted autographs as well. And then they just ask him some questions too. Oh my gosh. And then my other favorite, this is another one of my favorite parts, where Kaiba pulls up to the window and then compliments on the uniform. Oh my gosh. Ah, that is lovely. And then, and well, I'll continue in a second here, but I see Landon got the drill. Of course, he got the drill. And then Kaiba tells the employee that he bought the company while he was waiting in line. And he says, "Crap, I surrender. Okay, who's free?" And then he just hands over some items. And then Yugi gets chased by a bunch of people all the way to the car. And then this is another part. And then Kaida says, then just Kaida says that he's doubling the wage. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna say what Kaiba said afterward. But whatever he said, he just said that, they said enjoy, and then blasts on back through the car, and then drives away. And Joey teaches Kaiba a little lesson from the sour cream. And then he says, "I'm going back." I had rewatched those moments over and over again. Oh, there was one I found last night. The 3 visiting Six Flags. The Six Flags amusement park. Those were really fun. Those were really fun videos to see. I love the creativity in those, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest, I really, really do appreciate the creativity in the writing of the story for each of them. Those are a lot of fun, of course. All right. Now, before I all right. Well, before this goes too far, I was going to say about I was going to talk about what was next to come. So yeah, I'm going to try to see if I can get a PCIe WLAN card for my small form factor PC. So that way I can give it wireless connectivity. But for now, the connection will continue to be bridged. Hopefully it won't last too much longer. or it'll likely remain this way for the foreseeable future. If so. But anyway, so now for what's coming up today and what's coming up later today, and of course what's coming up as we continue into through the rest of this week and then going into next week as well. Let's talk about that with the time we have left here before the weeklies get going. So of course we'll have the usual weeklies go out, and then of course we'll play our usual games. That will be followed by of course I'll have my evening class that night. Now let me take a peek at Titan TV for a second, because let me look at the listings here, because I found out that CBS flipped The Price is Right in prime time and Hollywood Squares last week for some reason. And I suppose this is going to be the same thing. Yeah, it's going to be the same thing now, So pretty much now, Hollywood Squares and The Price is Right at night are flipped. So they're pretty much flipped around now in terms of time slots. Because for the first couple of weeks, Hollywood Squares aired first, then came The Price is Right in prime time. So now, it's the way it has been when CBS was doing that, when they were doing that Lutria Loca show or whatever. No, I don't think they did Price is Right at night with that. They just went straight to... Yeah, I think they did. They did it as a Price is Right, and then that bingo game afterwards. Well, when it was on for only like 5 weeks. That's how poorly it did. That's how terrible that show did. I mean, it would have been nice if they had made more, just, released them to streaming. And it would have been nice, but unfortunately, that was all they made, so. That's how terrible it was. But anyway, so after all that's said and done, I'm back here. I'll take care of I'm planning on getting the perfect line taken care of, and then of course we'll be back here, and we'll of course, see what kind of words we can make with the word game, and then of course, what words we can make with the word game, and then what words we can make with the word game, and then the eBay scavenger hunt that we'll do after all that's said and done. And then of course afterward, we'll see if Brendan is up for Deal or No Deal tonight. If he is, then he'll be with us. But if not, then we'll fill something else in with the time that we have. So it can go one of several ways. Either we'll extend the scavenger hunt by another 25 minutes. We could maybe play. We can maybe play Yu-Gi-Oh, or we can just go straight to Yahtzee and then conclude the show early. Well, those are some possibilities at the moment, but I haven't decided exactly for sure what it is. But we'll see what happens when we get there tonight. So we'll see what happens when that time comes. And then, of course, when that is all done, now, my original plan today was to take care of Scrambled Up, get that taken care of. But unfortunately, because of the circumstances that I had said at the very beginning of the show, at this point, it seems like now our best bet is I'm going to actually wait now on doing Scrambled Up until tomorrow morning. Where I do have a couple more other college assignments to get taken care of. I will, in fact, take care of I've actually split the 2 remaining assignments over the next couple of days. So I'll do. So, as such, I will do one of them tomorrow before I start taping Play 9, and then I will do the other one the following morning. So that's the plan. And yes, I almost forgot about Tom and Ben again, but here they both are. I didn't want low power mode. Okay, good, didn't turn on. Yep. There they are, in their full glory. But there is something that was supposed to show up, but it never did. There we go. That's what's supposed to display. So, if we do the math here with Play 9, I only have 18 more episodes. I have only 18 more episodes left to record. Yeah, I've only got 18 episodes left to record. What do we have? Observations for the temperatures. All right, so any moment now they should be sending out the termination statement. As we're waiting for that. The other thing. Oh, tsunami information statement. Oh, that's in Spanish. This one is English. Here we go. 4.3, 70 miles southwest of Talkeetna, Nebraska, Alaska. No tsunami threat. All right. So, what was I going? Okay, here comes the termination message now. Melbourne just sent it. Let's see if it's repeating.
In the afternoon, seas 4 to 6 feet, occasionally to 8 feet. Sunday night, southwest.
But it said, pretty much all the other offices are going to be sending similar statements like this. So of course, well, I'll go ahead and pull the statement up. So yeah, here it is. So Florida's drill has concluded. This is the all clear message. If you participated in the drill, you may return. This was designed to test tornado procedures. And it says the NWS wishes to thank all who participated. Their most dangerous tornadoes usually occur in February, March, and April. So mainly the spring seasons. So, yeah, that's because Florida is prone to hurricanes. And usually hurricanes produce pretty weak tornadoes. So pretty much the most dangerous tornadoes occur before hurricanes, before we even get to hurricane season, which does not come until which doesn't come until like March or April. Well, somewhere in the spring, essentially. That's when hurricane season starts up again. But of course, this was the first. This is the first of several severe weather drills that will be, of course, happening over the next couple of months. With the last one on the list being Minnesota and Wisconsin. Yeah, Minnesota and Wisconsin being the last one. And there's Keys drill termination. This says the drill has ended. No severe weather is occurring in the Florida Keys. And then this message ends the test tornado warning for severe weather preparedness can be practiced throughout the year. So that is, of course, good to know. So, well, especially for us here in the Midwest. I mean, when severe weather is forecasted, you got to take the time. You're able to make sure that whatever you got going on, you got to make sure that when a warning comes out for your area, like where do you go? That's the thing. All right. All right, so now that the Severe Weather Awareness Week drill for Florida is officially over, I was going to continue on with what I was saying. So, yeah, so of course, tomorrow morning, I have 2 other assignments to get done for my 2 of my college classes. I'm going to take care of, well, pretty much let me go over the new plan. Take care of the episode of Scrambled Up that aired earlier this morning. Then I will work on that other assignment, and then I will get started filming more episodes of Play 9. And Friday will be the same story. Any other shows that I need to make up, we'll make up. I'm pretty sure I saw a new episode of Scrambled Up that day too, so I'll watch that in the morning. Then do the others, do the remaining assignment, and then finish up Play 9 once and for all. Well, not really once and for all, but season 1, I should say. So as I said, I only have 18 episodes left to tape. So only 18 episodes remain, and then that will complete the first season of the series. That will premiere on June 1st, and then will run until the first week of August. So essentially it'll run through summer break, sort of. And then of course when we get to I'll probably tape season 2 in the fall. So maybe I'll tape season 2 in the fall, or maybe I'll probably wait until the spring to record the next season after that. But I also can't forget about that other new show that I want to record as well. So it's a tough choice. Do I want to record the second season of Play 9 in the fall, or do I want to record it in the spring when I'm taping that other show? Well, that I will have to wait. I'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. I'll have to wait and see what ends up happening at that point, and then I will decide from there what happens. So let's see. So that's the rest of this week, and then I'll talk about next week here in just a bit. But of course, Saturday, I expect it to run as normal, where we'll be making the Street View episode for this week, along with the county requests. Now, again, of course, the poll will go live tomorrow. The poll will, of course, go live tomorrow at 3 p.m. So there you can cast your votes for the route that you want me to make for this week. And then, of course, depending on how everything else goes, we'll go from there, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what you've decided, and we'll go from there. That's the plan. And of course, Sunday will be sort of normal, but we're going to be booted offline a little sooner because this coming Sunday is the Super Bowl. Yeah, this coming Sunday is the Super Bowl. So we're going to have a lot of time, even more time perhaps, to work on our Minecraft project, which currently is working on a new spur of Interstate 2 and Interstate 89 and Interstate 301. Basically, we're extending multiple interstates as part of this project. So that's what we're working on here. And then before we start 302, we will have to move Interstate 1 over. Because I've officially decided how we're going to do that. And how that's going to be handled. But of course, you'll see the progress as we go. Now, all of next week, February the 9th, and going until the 13th, that is when I am going to be recording the remaining episodes of Ticket to Ride. So essentially bringing that show to the 165 episode checkpoint. So, once I get Play 9 to the 50 episode mark, Ticket to Ride will be the last show that has yet to reach the 165 episode mark. It's the only other show that's left to reach that point. Oh yeah, and I forgot to get rid of Miami too. So, all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and reset the station now with the shortened form. All right, so all the East Coast stations are in there now. The monthlies have already finished, so I went ahead and removed those. So now we're ready to see what happens today in terms of the weekly. So again, the 9th through the 13th is when I plan on finishing up Ticket to Ride if all goes well. It should go well, but we'll see. Well, we're going to see what happens. And then Friday the 13th, of course, I'll be taping even more episodes that day. From my calculations, that will bring the show to a grand total of 195 episodes if I go on the whole day while recording. And then, of course, we'll see what happens we'll see what our plans are for the 14th. The 15th and 16th will be a Minecraft doubleheader. But Monday the 16th, I'll be recording episodes of Sorry instead of 5th Grader DS. But then, of course, we're going to do Minecraft that night. And then everything else after that will be normal. So then Tuesday will be more Ticket to Ride. Thursday will be more Yahtzee. So it'll be Thursday the 19th when I return to taping Yahtzee again. And besides, I'm already past the halfway point in rendering all those episodes. So I've still got some ways to go with that. But I'll probably take care of it tomorrow night after I get the episodes of Play 9 made. I'll probably take it all the way to the end of the export process of that show. And then I'll put together Ticket to Ride and render Play 9. And then once all of Ticket to Ride is together, I'll begin the export process of that show. And then Friday the 20th and the 27th, I'll be flipping between Ticket to Ride and Yahtzee each week. So Friday the 20th, I'll do Ticket to Ride, and then Friday the 27th, I'll do Yahtzee. And then Friday the 6th, we go back to Ticket to Ride again. So that'll bring the show even closer. Now, I gotta go take care of something for a quick moment, and then I will continue with the future plan for the spring taping cycle. All right. Now, back to what I was saying about the spring taping cycle. So, where was I at? We're now at the first week of March. I did say the 20th. I forgot something else too. The 23rd of February. That is when I'm going to be starting to record episodes of Fifth Grader DS, which will be the second half of season 2 of the show, which will run through 2027. Well, through the first half of 2027, concluding in May, somewhere around there. And then I forgot to mention, so March 2nd will be the DS game. However, March 3rd, that is going to be when Illinois will conduct their severe weather awareness exercise, the annual Severe Weather Preparedness Week drill, where not only will the outdoor warning sirens be sounded, as will be activated, as it normally happens on the first Tuesday of the month, but along with that, of course, every NWS office that covers the state of Illinois will conduct a special test. So, essentially, this will take the place of the Wednesday test that usually happens. That usually happens between 11 a.m. and noon here in Chicago. For Lincoln, it would be between 10 and 1 p.m. 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. For Paducah, they also serve Indiana and Kentucky, and their drills don't happen until later in the month, so Kentucky will do the test for those places. Iowa's drill doesn't happen until the end of that month, so Quad Cities will still do their test. And then as for St. Louis, Missouri, and I believe Kansas as well, are also going to be participating in this drill as well. So it's not just Illinois. Missouri and Kansas will be doing their drills also. So, yeah, Missouri and Kansas will also be doing their drills at the same time. So, this is going to be interesting this year. But I was just thinking about whether we're going to do this drill or whether we're going to capture the drill or not. And I don't think I mentioned this explicitly, but you know what? It is related to severe weather. So I am actually going to get all 3 drills. So I've actually decided I'm going to go ahead and get all 3 drills. Now, for Illinois, but what about the monthly test that's going to come afterwards? Well, actually, no, because it's the exact same message. I mean, nobody wants to get the exact same message over and over again. So, with this year's severe weather awareness drill, this is going to be one of the only times I will ever get an NWSRWT and, archive it on my channel. This is going to be one of the only times now, and this pretty much is going to be the case since we've rebranded. So, with that, the plan goes as follows for March 3rd. Get the annual severe weather preparedness drill, then start recording Ticket to Ride afterwards. Plain and simple. And then, of course, everything else will continue as normal. Thursday the 5th will be Yahtzee, and then Friday the 6th will be Ticket to Ride again, because we'll be within that rotation. However, regarding the following week, the 9th through the 13th, that is going to be when I'm on my spring break from college. So, I have been in contact with one of my relatives in relation to spring break. So, a official spring break stay over at my grandparents' has officially been confirmed. So, between the 9th and the 13th of March, we will not be taping any episodes of any show whatsoever. Nothing will be taped that day. Those 5 days, nothing will be taped. Not even Sorry, not even Big John's Wheel of Fortune, nothing. Nothing will be recorded on those 5 days. Well, technically 4, because Wednesday we don't really record it, because Wednesday we don't really tape anything, so we can accommodate for this full-length show. So, I've been thinking about something that could fill in those slots. I'm thinking about just working on my Minecraft world for the entirety of the day on all 5 of those days. So let's see, the 7th, and then I think it's to end either the 14th or the 15th, either of those two. So, as such, on the evening of Thursday the 5th, I will, or maybe on that Saturday prior, I'll maybe make a second Street View episode, and that will take the place of, and that episode will release on March 7th. Oh, wait a second. Isn't that time when the 200th episode's supposed to come out? I believe it was March 7th, but let me take a look. I believe it's March 7th. Let me look again and see. Let me take a look and see. Because I believe IL-47 is supposed to be coming out that day. Scheduled for March 7th. Okay. All right. So yeah. So March 7th is pretty much already covered. So March 7th is already covered. So I won't have to do anything else on Thursday the 5th then. So of course March 7th you'll get the 200th Street View episode, and then we'll continue as normal on the 14th and continue on from there. So then, following that spring break week, the 16th, that is when everything is then going to resume. So the 16th then will be when I plan on finishing taping recording the 5th grader DS game. So we're going to kind of have that's like a true spring break. So we'll be taking a break from the spring taping cycle as well. Other things. So, but in terms of what's going to be happening otherwise within those 5 days, that has yet to be determined. But once everything is set in stone, I of course will let you know. But what I do know is that, of course, in terms of live streams and everything like that, that's not going to change. Of course, we're still going to do Minecraft on Monday, as when Roblox will be back on Tuesday. In fact, Roblox is actually going to return on Tuesday the 10th of March. Yeah, on Tuesday the 10th of March, because I believe that is when my other class starts on a Thursday, so for the second half of the spring semester. Of course, Wednesday will be the weeklies away from home. Of course, we'll get Northern Indiana. We'll see if we can maybe get Grand Rapids again. Maybe even Indianapolis, perhaps. I mean, that was amazing. I got Indianapolis's test that week, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen this time around. But I guess we'll find out. Of course, Thursday the 12th will be backyard baseball. I'm still debating on whether we're going to do it on real hardware or I'm probably just going to do it on my micro PC, because that's why I put the VGA module into there. So that way I can use that HP monitor with it. And from that first trial run, I'm very impressed with the results. And then, of course, Friday the 13th will be our Fun Night show, which, of course, will run on that virtual machine as we have been. So, of course, we'll start at 7 and all that. But I'm sure Flipside and The Perfect Line are still going to be on those days. Well, in terms of new stuff. That's right. So, yeah, those will not change. And then, of course, we'll get back to everything on... And then, of course, we'll get back to everything on the 16th. So, again, the 16th is when I'll finish the DS game. Tuesday the 17th, we'll be back to Ticket to Ride. Thursday the 19th of March, we return to Yahtzee. And then Friday the 20th, we would then continue on with the rotation. So the 20th would be Yahtzee, because that would be next in line. Technically the 13th would be next in line, but the 20th, that's where Yahtzee would be. So I won't tape any episodes while I'm away. So, because I want to enjoy it. That's all I want. And then, of course, we'll keep the cycle going. And then by the 16th, as I said, I'm hoping that by then I will have the entire DS game of 5th grader recorded. Not edited, recorded. And have it stored somewhere so that way then when we're ready to put together the episodes in the fall, we will get to that. And then Monday the 23rd, I suppose that I will be doing a very similar rotational pattern. In fact, I've been thinking Monday and Tuesday be Ticket to Ride, and then Thursday and Friday would be Yahtzee. And then, of course, we'll continue until all 500 episodes of those shows. Until all 500 episodes of the shows have been recorded. So. And then, of course, once that's all finished, there is actually going to be another break between March 30th and Tuesday, April 7th. We'll be taping Sorry and or Big John's Wheel of Fortune on all of those days. All of those days. Well, Tuesday the 7th, well, except for Monday the 6th. But then Tuesday the 7th is when we'll continue with whatever else we were going to do. Particularly Tuesday the 7th. I believe that's when I want to start taping the Bowling Train's 4th and final season. So, and of course, I'll be splitting that taping over separate 25 episode blocks. So day 1 will be 25, Thursday will be 25, and then Friday another 25. I'm hoping that by April 13th, I can have all those episodes of the Bowling Train made. And then I'll move on to the final remaining pieces of the thing after that, such as the Travel Series reboot, and of course, the rest of the time would then be taken over by episodes of Sorry and or Big John's Wheel of Fortune. And then those will run for the entire remainder of the spring taping cycle, which I am hoping to conclude on May 29th, which will be when I hopefully May 29th. It's because that Saturday, the 30th, I'd like to go back to Rochelle for their Railroad Days event. And then that will not only mark the end of the spring taping cycle, but also the beginning of season 4 of Downers Grove, which we have not confirmed as of yet. But of course, once I know more, I of course will let you all know. So that is what's to come for the spring taping cycle. That is what's to come here. Now, of course, because this is the first Wednesday of the month, Blacksburg will test in the evening, not in the morning. We'll test in the evening, not in the morning. And Pittsburgh don't work. All right, so we're going to have to do Parker instead.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan.
So meanwhile, I'm getting everything ready to go here. Syracuse. Oh wait, I usually put Ashland over here, because this area is where Amarillo usually goes. I'll leave those 3 blank for now, and then I'll decide I'll decide where we go from there. All right, so Now, where's that other file I was working with? That Audacity document. Should be it. Yeah. As I was playing around with Yu-Gi-Oh! Theme songs last night. Only four out of all 5 of them. Yeah, only those, because the attempted upgrade on the software project took so long. I had to reference my micro several times. But it's all right. And I see Putnam County WX got the drill too. I see you got a 12996. Did I not notice that before? I don't think I did. Wow. Something happened. And there goes Fort Worth. They finally figured out their problems for the morning test. I see Johnny Thunder got the drill on Tampa. Here goes Louisville. What are you doing under there? Let's see what Barney the Cockatoo's up to this morning. Is he up to something good, I hope? Sure sounds like he's having a good time. I suppose Radio Frenzy's live for the test. Which brings costs a total to insurance of 11.275 for those in only
of 0.27 inches for February, Georgia. Total precipitation for the year now stands at 2.16 inches, which is 1.07 inches below normal. By the National Weather Service, snowfall yesterday, which reached the monthly total at a 36. The total snowfall since July 1st now stands at 37.0 inches. There were 8 inches of snow on the ground. There were 38 degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 142. The yearly total since July 1st was 3,564. There were no cooling degrees.
They flipped the order around.
This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 37 degrees, and the normal low is 21. The record high for today is 68, which occurs in from Cross Mountain. The low is 20 below. During the test, they needed weather situations.
Here goes Binghamton. Now, what's that Allendale? That's probably Savannah, isn't it? Looks like he's live for the weeklies.
Normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warning for the following counties: KEB98, Buffalo and WWG32, Little Valley, the counties of Allegheny, Cattaraugus, Chautauqua, Erie, Genesee, Niagara, Orleans, and Wyoming. KH853 Rochester, the counties of Cayuga, Genesee, Livingston, Monroe, Ontario, Orleans, Seneca, Wayne, Wyoming, and Heath. WNG539 Spencerport, Monroe County. WXN68 Watertown, the counties of Jefferson, Lewis, Oswego, and St. Louis. Radio warning device. WZ253 Wayne, weather situation. Special ill receivers can automatically activated by the signal to warn of the hazard. Jamestown, Chautauqua County. Signal and receivers performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or there is severe weather in the area, the test will be postponed until the next good weather day. WXL reception for this broadcast. This session is warning alarm. Wind rates in location. Albany, alarms generated from station KXC77 Hatteras will be activated for warnings and watches affecting the counties of Hyde, Terrell, Cedar, and Washington. Alarms generated from station WWH26 in Mamie will be activated for the counties of Pasquotank, Camden, Curry County, Terrell, and the northern portions of Dennis. Alarms generated from station KEC84 in Milburn will be activated for the counties of Beaufort, Carteret, Craven, Midland, Greene, Jones, Lenore, Martin, Onslow, Pamlico, Pitt, and Hyde. Alarms generated from station KXI95 in Warsaw will be activated for the counties of Wayne, Bladen, Sampson, Jones, Onslow, Pender, Midland, and Lenore. Friday night, winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. It was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station KBC56. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receivers performance performance. Normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 10 p.m. and noon and between 6 and 8 p.m.
Did I miss Corsicana?
There is a threat of
I
severe
think I
weather.
did.
The test will be postponed to the next available good weather day.
This is RPA is getting ready.
Broadcast.
I know Radio Frenzy's getting ready too.
Will vary at any given location. This variation normally more noticeable
At any moment, State because of course in the next minute, State College will send the test out.
good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Holland, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Hill, Hood, Hunt, Kaufman, Parker, Rockwall, and Tarrant. This concludes the test of weather radio station KEC 56. Radio station KEC 74. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. The signal and receiver performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and noon Eastern Time each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm.
Huh, KHB 29 serves Aiken now. I don't remember them serving Aiken, but okay. Well, I guess I'll keep that in mind when I'm there. And when I'm there later this summer, I'll keep that in mind in case anything happens. Alright, here comes State College.
This concludes the weekly test of weather radio station KEC 70.
Oh yes, I almost forgot Wisconsin's one.
Friday night, most of the National Weather Service operating Ford Works. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station KXI 87. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted
Yeah, we'll
by the
test
National
anytime.
Weather Service Wednesday between 10 a.m. and noon and between 6 and 8 p.m. If there is a threat of severe weather,
Alright, so State College is done.
reception of this broadcast, and especially the one alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variation, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Anderson, Ellis, Freestone, Henderson, Hill, Kaufman, Limestone, Navarro, and Van Zandt. This concludes the test of weather radio station KXI 88.
And there goes Palestine now. KWN 34. Oh, I see Marquette going too.
WZ 2513 Coastal Harbor, KG 176 Crystal Falls, KG 66 Marquette, CZ 35. Escondido, WMG 684 Manistee, WZ 2514 Busick, WZ 2515 Green Array, and WMG 576 Millbury. This test is normally scheduled for Wednesday mornings between 11 a.m. and noon Eastern Time. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available clear weather. You can find more information regarding the Alert Radio on Hazards on the internet at www.gov/NWR or by calling
Weather Service also checking the test system. We've activated the public warning alarm zone and test for weather radio stations. Warning alarm. It's only a test. Expecting there's weather situations, specialized receivers can be automatically activated to form signal receivers for focus point at 7 a.m. and noon Eastern Time each way. There's a threat of weather in the area. Test failed. Reception of this broadcast, especially the warning alarm.
Well, that reminds me, I forgot to add Marquette for Michigan. I forgot to add that for the Michigan score next month.
Saturday night, north winds 30 to 40 knots. North winds 7 to 12 miles an hour. Sunday, north winds 25 to 30 knots.
Alright, any minute now we should be hearing from Grand Rapids.
Coordinated weekly emergency alert system.
Yeah, I forgot about Marquette. Can I add that?
Light freezing spring. West winds tonight. Northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Wind diminishing to 5 to 15 knots. Seas 4 to 7 feet. Thursday, west to north.
And in fact, I'll get both DC and Mount Holly going.
Seas 3 to 4 feet. Thursday night, north winds 10 to 15 knots. North to northeast 10 to 20 knots.
And here goes Detroit.
Between the hours of 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. There is a threat of severe weather.
Sorry, now I forgot what the other one was. I was going to pull up.
We now return to the normal broadcast Tennessee. This concludes this test of no weather radio's warning device. We now return to our Thursday night.
But at least the Severe Weather Awareness Week exercise, these exercises, you know, they're just to ensure that I have all the correct receivers. Oh, this is the one for Baltimore, wasn't it? Oh. Waco's going and Grand Rapids is going. Oh, Northern Indiana. That was the other one I was going to pull up. I think this is the first time I've seen Radio Frenzy go live for the weekly. I've looked away from Mount Holly and DC though. DC, Mount Holly, we're waiting on it. Or maybe it's something to do with the bridge connection. Or probably the overload ramp or something. It's an Optiplex. Which actually gives me another idea. We should maybe make the info center entirely 24/7. On my other retiring HDS1, because that's causing RAM overloads and everything like that. So maybe we'll just keep the weather scan main. Yeah, now that I know about the issues with the code of the script that we're using, the program we're using. Oh yeah, and I forgot to pull up a few other ones too. GSP, because they're going to test the South Carolina transmitters. Wakefield. Alright, we're going to have to do Richmond then. There goes Mount Holly. And no Peachtree City, because they tested as part of the drill. And also no Tallahassee, because they tested too as part of the drill. So we can forget about those two.
This is a weekly test of the NORweather radio all-hazard warning device for station KIH-28 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
I don't think the other ones know that Mount Holly's testing right now or not. So now I know Radio Frenzy got State College.
of this broadcast, especially the one-to-one tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. The one-to-one tone will be activated for hazardous weather watches and warnings of the following counties in areas of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Rochester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia. In New Jersey,
All right, he's barely getting KC3.
Gloucester,
He can't get can't get WSK 97 from where he is. I guess, but I mean, it's kind of like me in Northern Indiana. I can get it on some days here, but other days I can't. So that's the thing. So KX28 met, but now we're waiting for the other transmitters to go now too. I hope that's IoT Enterprise LTSC or that's the ESU program. That's still Windows 10. So. Well, yeah, MOB failed the tornado drill because they failed the tornado drill. They did their usual task method instead. But I guess maybe it's just Birmingham that sends out the drill. So maybe it's just Birmingham that sends out the tornado drill and not anybody else. That's what I think. So that is Amarillo. As I recognize the volume going down.
This is the National Weather Service Office in Amarillo. The preceding signal was a test of the known all hazards radio public warning system.
So they're all trying their best to.
Receivers may be automatically activated by the signal to warn up the
So they're all trying their best to pick it up.
The signal and receivers' performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 10 a.m. and noon on Wednesdays.
On Wednesdays.
Threat of severe weather. The test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings. This concludes the weekly test of the known all hazards radio public warning system.
Yeah, they did. Let me see. Yeah, they all went at the same time. So that was Allentown. What is this? Other? Other Antonio. That's new. Huh. I don't think I've seen this one before. Let me see if it's on a server. Let me take a look here. Yeah, John Tuner, secondary. There's my station. Maybe if I just go by other. Maybe if I just search other. I guess maybe it's a hidden thing. It's not present here. That could be. It's probably present. It's probably present somewhere else. So it's probably present somewhere else. So it's probably present somewhere else. All right. So all we're waiting for now is DC. Oh, this is when we were trying to set up the drill earlier. Again, we don't need to pull anything else up. Oh, we're still waiting on Raleigh too, aren't we? I believe we're also still waiting on Raleigh, so let's pull Raleigh up. Let me look at WGON. Let me see who went. Crap reception of a test from weather station. Let's see. Jackson. Did we hear from Raleigh yet? That's Bennington, Morristown, Canada. Justin, Louisiana, Fort Worth. Okay. So we did not yet hear from Raleigh. So we didn't hear from Raleigh yet. Let me go through my list and see who else we didn't even hear from Wilmington either. We didn't even hear from Wilmington yet. So let's pull Wilmington up. And I'm going to take out right now the test and read in who we are still waiting for. We're still waiting for Boston. Cleveland, that's another one we're still waiting for. Cleveland's another one we're still waiting for. There's Fort Worth already. We already heard from Detroit. We already heard from Rapids. Oh, there's Tulsa. You know what? It's been half an hour. I don't think Boston's going to test. Proceed. Let's test it. Let's not to test. Should be DSP. No, that's Wakefield.
So if my editing goes good, I'm gonna stream every
So this is the first time Radio Friendly is trying a weekly test stream. And if this goes well, this will become a regular thing. So hey, I see I like this. People are taking my idea. And they're looking to keep that legacy alive if we end up discontinuing this format. So this is all we're still waiting for now. And then that will be the end of the Eastern time zone. Everybody's gone so far, I'm assuming, because I didn't see Boston show up. Which reminds me, when was the last time Boston tested? JBOX. The last thing that was received from Boston was a snow squall warning on New Year's Day. That's it. That's everything. And here goes Greenville now. Oh no, it's Northern Indiana. Because I heard it go silent.
Activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests for these receivers are normally conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of severe weather on Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the first available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. Weather teams know you're using a good quality receiver.
Focus here.
The tone alert will be automatically activated for selected watches and warnings affecting the following counties: Indiana, Porter, LaPorte, St. Joseph, Elkhart, LaGrange, Steuben, Stark, Marshall, Kosciuszko, Noble, DeKalb, Whitley, Phillip, Miami, Wabash, Huntington, Wells, Adams, Grant, Blanford, Alaska, and Jay. In Ohio, Williams, Fulton, Defiance, Terry, Paulding, and Van Wert. And in Michigan, Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Oakdale. For more information, see the region for www.weather.gov/IWX and click on NOAA Weather Radio under Low Weather Service Office at Greenville.
Here's GSP.
Programming receiving signal was a test of weather radio station WXT-21's public warning system.
How about backwards?
Weather situations. Special built receivers can be automatically activated to warn of an impending hazard. Test of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there had been a threat of severe weather, the test would have been postponed. Reception of this
As the Carolina Elevators just posted the Wilmington, North Carolina test. The other Wilmington. Not Wilmington, Ohio, who is taking forever to send the emergency out.
For station WXT-21, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The warning alarm will be activated for the following counties in South
I
Carolina.
didn't see KILN show up anywhere
Greenville, Greenwood, Lawrence,
on any logger whatsoever.
Spartanburg, Union, and in North Carolina, Holt and Rutherford. This concludes the NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Torn Alert Test.
And they only included South Carolina. They only included the Carolinas. They didn't include Georgia because of the drill. That's why Savannah's coverage was short. That's why Savannah's RWT was short to just South Carolina. So here's all we're left with. Still waiting for. And again, no Blacksburg because this is the first Wednesday, so it will be in the evening instead. And I know Raleigh didn't test yet either. KRAH. So they haven't tested yet because the latest entry in John's Mass NWR or anything WGO unrelated is their test from last week. That's the only latest thing that there is at the moment. Hopefully within these last 22 minutes, we'll hear from DC. They are late as heck right now. I forgot to mention one more thing too. I did sort of begin to rebuild the Talking Ginger collection that I lost. I'm slowly beginning to rebuild it. I'm slowly beginning to rebuild that collection. Although it is going to take a little bit of time, but eventually I'll have the entire collection rebuilt. Speaking of which, one of these was the Timeless Furniture. Okay, I believe this is the one right here. Yeah, I believe this is the one right here. This is from Christmas. Let's hear it slowed down. Oh my gosh. Finally, Boston. What took you so long? Finally, Boston. Why did it take you to the end of the month to finally test or something? Let's reverse the commercial. Yeah, of course it will. Ben. No. Yeah, Talkie Fed was fine with the sofa he has. Ben is fine with the sofa he's got. There's KHB37. We were. Oh my gosh. That's what that last one was? Darn. I'm not scramming just yet because I'm pretty sure Drew's going to come right back when it's time for Chicago. Oh, yep, we still got our This Is the Maryland, so I can definitely remake that one. In fact, a lot of these I can remake. Unknown currency. Gosh. But I did say that. But I did also say that if I have time on Friday. But I did say that if I have time on Friday this week, I can maybe record a lot of the Talking Ginger clips that were lost from the upgrade, and I can then get them all back right then and there. So yeah, and then I can just get them all back right then and there. So. Alright, so we're still waiting here for the others. While we're waiting for that, let's get ready for the next time zone. Blacksburg, we're going to wait till the evening for that one. Birmingham tested earlier for the drill. Everybody else, oh wait, Tulsa, why is Tulsa here? Tulsa tested already. I made a duplicate of Champaign Center. Here we go. That. Little Rock never tested last week for some reason, so we'll see what happens. Oh, I never took Northern Indiana. There we go. Okay, now it's all correct. So we're getting ready for the Central Time Zone now. After once the test has been sent out, I will set every radio back to their proper. I'll set them all back to their proper settings. So how I said it at the beginning, we're kind of operating this as if a nighttime severe weather event were occurring. I know this is a little bit inconvenient, but unfortunately, I'm not going to say what kind of circumstances. Oh, here's a winter storm watch that Charleston did their test before. Darn it, that was the end of it. Darn it, that was the end of it. Here's the entire thing.
watch for the following counties in West Virginia: Barber, Northwest Randolph, Southeast Randolph.
Here's the whole thing.
Issued at 11:34 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Winter storm watch in effect from Friday morning through Saturday morning. Heavy snow possible. Snow accumulations of 4 to 7 inches possible. Winds could gust as high as 50 miles per hour. Areas affected include portions of Northeast, Northern, and Southeast West Virginia. The hazardous weather can be expected from Friday morning through Saturday morning. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. The hazardous conditions could impact the Friday evening commute. Gusty wind could bring down tree branches and lead to significant reductions in visibility. Monitor the latest forecasts for updates on this situation. Additional information can be found at weather.gov/RLX as well as on our X and Facebook pages.
Is that why DC doesn't want to send the test out? Let me take a look and see what's going on. Oh, here we go. Winter Storm Watch. But of course, by rule, we're going to keep them going until they end up doing it. So maybe that Winter Storm Watch is probably why. But that, or they could be late. However, there is only one way to find out, and that's to keep waiting these last 12 minutes. Again, no Blacksburg. That doesn't come till later this evening. This is the first Wednesday of the month. Oh yes, and let's also not forget, Paducah and Wakefield are going to do a second test as well this week in the evening, between 5 p.m. Central for Wakefield, and between 6 and 7:30 between 6 and 7 for Paducah. I say usually between 6 and 7 for that. I know my earphones are going crazy, but I'm not gonna say anything about it. Let's go and get some of these off. Get some of these ready while we're waiting. Of course, everything else that's still on the monitor list, that will remain until 2 p.m. Otherwise, we will monitor them the very next day and, the day after that and whatnot until they test. That's the thing. So anyway, now on with this little halftime show or whatever. Yeah, the Zexel theme song was like the last one I was messing around with last night before I went to bed off air. Well, we didn't even do a stream that day. Not sure what's taken all these other offices so long. Did Gaylord already send out the test? Or is it so bad that it's not even audible? The reception is so bad it's not even audible at all. So I guess that leaves us with 4 now. So I guess that leaves us with 4 offices now. Alright, DC's got 10 minutes left. Wilmington, Ohio has 10 minutes left. Raleigh has 10 minutes left. And Cleveland. I don't think I've seen them that late. Let's see what's going on with the rest of them. What's the statement? There's nothing in effect from Wilmington, so maybe they're having issues. What about Cleveland? Cleveland's a little late today. Raleigh says that the warning alarm will be activated for test purposes. That's what we're waiting for. They have not done that yet. They have not done that yet. Unless they're going to go at noon again, like Miami did. Unless they're going to go at noon, like Miami did for like the past 2 weeks before today's severe weather awareness drill. Oh, here goes DC finally. Finally, here goes DC. Oh, I forgot about Grand Forks too. Oh well. I mean, they could go with this. They could go with this. They definitely got to go with this sour. Yeah, can't believe they took that long. This is the first time in a while I think we've seen them test this late. Alright. Yep. So that's that. What's in here before we continue on with this little I see Texas Gulf Coast got only 2 Fort Worth stations. I guess he was a little impatient. There's Indianapolis. And this is 3 of Wilmington's transmitters. Wait a minute. What? Wait, what's that little thing there at the top? Did he get one of those light things or something? He must have gotten one of those light things. Interesting. I also got it on WXL 50 too. Alright. So at this point, now that everything is done, we can just go and close that out. What does this say? It says the new start menu is now available for everyone. Well, still not for me yet. Not on my micro PC, not on my main system, not on any of my other PCs as of yet. Only my Insider PC now has the start menu because my small form factor received it before I swapped out the hard drive and put it in an NVMe SSD. So now it's going to be some time before the dark context menus and eventually the new start menu comes back to that PC. And it's going to be some time before the dark context menus comes back to this PC too, along with the new start menu. But I'm sure I'm very sure that once we receive the February But I'm guessing that once we receive the February security updates next week, we will see that, I'm sure we'll see the new start menu on all my PCs. I'm sure we'll see it in full, but we'll see. So anyway, let's get ready. We don't need Birmingham because they tested already, as I've said. Does Austin work? Yes, Austin does work. Do we have sound? All right, Austin is a go. Quad Cities. Moines. I did find out that doesn't work. Did I just tune in just in time? Wow. Talk about perfect timing. Alright, I'll put Memphis here. I don't know. Let's see what else usually goes to 11. We'll get the other radios on and then. Oh, looks like it's time to replace the batteries instead. No, cross. I plan on swapping out the batteries on my handhelds. I plan on swapping the batteries on my handhelds before heading to Palmetto State. Make sure that those have full battery power if we need it. Alright. I sure hope Drew is ready, because we got about a minute left. I know we got about a minute left here before, yep, now we got less than a minute. And now we're playing the Zexel theme song backwards. There goes Milwaukee. And Grand Force. Oh my god, I can only do one.
System originating from the Milwaukee County Office of Emergency Management. If this has been an actual emergency, you will have to give official information, news, or instructions.
This is a test of the National Weather Service and your weather radio warning alarm system. This test is conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and 1 and must cause severe weather in the area, in which case the test is postponed until Thursday. Notice is only a test. There is no severe weather in the area at this time. Receivers will be in no one is maintaining that.
Was this another one from yesterday? Yeah, it was.
It was sunny and the temperature was 26 with a wind chill of 19.
Here goes San Angelo.
Hey, it's Flo here.
Weather Service Office in San Angelo, Texas. This is a test of our NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Public Warning System. On good weather days, we test the system every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. In the event of threatening weather, we will delay this test until the next good weather day. Our 8 weather transmitters located near Throckmorton, Sweetwater, Abilene, Torrance, San Angelo, San Saba, Junction, and Arizona serve our West Central Texas listening area. For the areas these transmitters serve, our broadcasting equipment will activate alarm tones and specific area encoder tones for weather watches and warnings, plus some non-weather related emergency messages. Our weather radio broadcasts for the West Central Texas listening area originates from the National Weather Service Office in San Angelo, Texas. The temperature was 53 degrees, the dew point 36 in the room.
Zumgar took an unknown warning. Took this unknown warning. Unknown watch again. Until 12 midnight. Oh my god.
Heating was accepted now weather radio station W South 46's wooded alarm systems. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn the impending hazard. Tests are normally conducted
Finally, Raleigh. What took you so long?
Very slippery sidewalks, roads and bridges are possible. Severe weather in your area on Wednesday. The test is postponed until the first good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary from place to place. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. the warning alarm will be activated for watches and warnings affecting the following counties: Christian, Dade, Dallas, Douglas, Greene, McLean, Lawrence, Polk, Stone, Tinny, Webster, and Wright. This has been tested from our weather radio warning system. We now return to normal programming. Specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers are normally conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. Reception of this program and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. The variability becomes more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for warnings, selected watches, and other environmental emergencies affecting the following North Carolina counties: Alamance, Alexander, Allegheny, Anson, Petite, Primaris, Caswell, Chatham, Davidson, Davie, Durham, Edgecombe, Forsyth, Franklin, Brendel, Greene, Guilford, Halifax, Harnett, Hoke, Iredell, Johnson, Lee, Martin, Montgomery, Moore, Nash, Northampton, Orange, Person, Pitt, Randolph, Richmond, Rockingham, Rowan, Scotland, Stanley, Stokes, Surrey, Union, Vance, Wake, Warren, Wayne, Wilkes, Wilson, and Yadkin. The warning alarm will also be activated for the following counties in South Carolina: Chesterfield and Marlborough, and the following counties in Virginia: Brunswick, Carroll, Floyd, Grayson, Henry, Mecklenburg, Patrick, and Pennsylvania. This includes the independent cities of Galax, Martinsville,
Zone Guard took it as unknown warning.
has just activated the public warning alarm
Oh,
tone
even
in the
better,
Chesterfield Weather
unknown
Radio's warning alarm
message.
system.
That's fun. That's fun. My Zone Guard took it as an unknown message. My 319 took it as an unknown watch. I don't know what's up with the reception today of some of these things. I don't know what is going on with the reception, but as long as they took something, that's good. Just received the test for 15 minutes, like it should be.
Texas. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA radio warning device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and the receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable.
So that's St. Louis.
From the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following deep South Texas counties: Cameron, Willacy, Kennedy, Hidalgo, Brooks, Jim Hog, Starr, and Zapata.
Alright, that's that.
It was mostly sunny. The temperature was 24. It was cloudy and the temperature was 31. This was partly Springfield, Missouri, with a temperature an hour. Saturday was tones which were just brought.
There's St. Louis's test.
Special receivers to alert you of impending hazards. This test is normally conducted weekly around 11 a.m. If hazardous weather is imminent or occurring, the test may be canceled. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the alert tones will only be activated for the following counties in the KDO 89 listening area: in Missouri, St. Louis, Franklin, Jefferson, Lincoln, St. Charles, Warren, and the city of St. Louis. In Illinois, Madison, Monroe, and St. If your receiver was tone activated, the alert function will automatically reset after the test. This concludes our test for this week, and we will now resume normal programming. Thank you.
All right, so we still got a few more we're waiting on. All right, while we have the time, Hopefully I set everything back. Alright. Let's start by we're gonna go back on the Amtrak's here. And we are going to start by watching the Borealis depart Chicago. And while it does depart, I'm going to go to the usual time of 6:40 a.m. This is usually when the builder comes by. Yep, there it is. I didn't even need to go back on the logger. On the log. I didn't even need to go on the train. I didn't even need to go on the tracker train just to find it. Alright, Mount Pleasant for Zephyr number 6.
This is a test. This is a test. The National Weather Service in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, has just issued a public warning alarm in the city. This storm will precede the broadcast of emergency messages. During particular situations, special warning receivers are automatically activated to advise a warning of impending dashes.
And there it is. Bori leaving Chicago.
Reception of this broadcast, especially of the alarm tone, will vary at any given location. Variability is caused by such factors as terrain and distance from the transmitters, and will occur even though they may be using a good quality receiver. To provide the most consistent and dependable service possible, the warning alarm tone will be activated only for selected watches and warnings affecting those counties within each transmitter's listening area. This concludes our test. We now return to normal programming. It was cloudy and 37. Humidity. High. 10 miles. For Thursday. Upper bluff. Till 30 working flight. Today. Yep. Sun. From 14 Friday. 6 feet. Breeze. In Upper, resulting in a cloudy is afternoon. Office forecast. It was Thursday night.
Alright, that leaves us now with Fort Madison.
Hardy. 0 to 30 north to 75. Winds 5 to 10 miles an hour in the morning, becoming 10 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tonight, Kings around 19. Winds 5 miles an hour in the evening, becoming after midnight. Thursday, north side. Highs in the low 60s. Winds 5 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to the southwest in the afternoon.
Alright, I think the Southwest Chief is late. Yeah, very late today. Set to arrive in La Plata at 12:43. Alright, so we'll I guess we'll come back there when that time comes. And now here goes Nashville. I should get Bismarck going too. No, not here.
Weekly test. This is a test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device and emergency alert system. During potentially dangerous weather situations and civil emergencies, specially equipped receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending danger. A test of these receivers is conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, weather permitting. In the event of the test being canceled, it will then be rescheduled for the next day between 11 a.m. and noon. This is NOAA weather radio station West North G631, operating 24 hours a day on a frequency of 152.525 megahertz, with transmitting facilities in Macon County. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service office located in Nashville. This service is provided in part by the Metropolitan Nashville Office of Emergency Management. Repeating, this has been a test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially equipped receivers are automatically activated to warn of impending danger. The alarm will be activated for severe weather watches and warnings or civil emergencies affecting the Middle Tennessee County. Audio signals, alarm tones, or all hazards radio public warning alarm system in Nebraska and Southwest Iowa, as well as neighboring portions of Kansas and Missouri. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the
And here goes Houston.
impending hazard. The alarm tone causes weather radio receivers to be turned on automatically, alerting you to the impending emergency broadcast. Tests of the warning alarm system are conducted each Wednesday at 11:15 a.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test is then postponed until the next available non-severe weather day. Once again, this has been a weekly test of the NOAA All Hazards Radio Public Warning Alarm System. We now return to our regular program.
For existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Problems with reception of this broadcast, normally more noticeable
There's Bismarck.
distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following Bismarck, North Dakota. Chambers of receiving audio signals containing emergency alert from county codes in the warning alarm tones to test the NOAA Weather Radio Public Warning System. So the NOAA Weather Radio Public codes and the warning alarm tone are conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon Central Time for between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. Mountain Time. If there is a threat of severe
Sabardine work first and foremost. It works again. But I can go back on the chief in Kansas City. The camera at Santa Fe Junction.
There's only be used for weather warnings and emergency messages for 38 counties in western and central North Dakota, Hardy and Crittenden counties in northwestern South Dakota, and Sheridan, Richland, Van Louisville, and in northeastern Montana. Once again, this was a weekly test of the alarm codes and county code zones. Now includes the weekly test.
This warning system on NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards are made each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a possibility of severe weather, the test will be delayed until the next good weather day. The NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards system is equipped with a warning service called SAME. This is short for Specific Area Message Encoder. SAME allows people with special receivers to be notified of watches and or warnings affecting only the county desired. SAME radios are essential.
Oh, I see why. BNSF is towing it again.
For schools, hospitals,
Just like what happened a few weeks ago when it broke down in California.
This has been a test. At the end of this test, regular programming will resume.
Outlook for the South Plains, rolling plains, and the far southern Texas panhandle.
All right.
For the southern and Texas to 11.
So let's see here.
And now the extended outlook for the period Sunday through Tuesday. The probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station, WNG 561, the voice of the National Weather Service in Lubbock. This broadcast serves the good people of the northern South Plains and southern Texas Panhandle. The 11 a.m. observations. At the Plainview Hale County Airport, the temperature was 48 degrees, dew point 28 degrees, and the relative humidity 46%. The wind was north at 15
All right.
miles an hour, and the pressure...
Let me go ahead and pull up who has not tested yet.
A cloudy sky at Amarillo, 44. Partly sunny. North wind
We still haven't heard from Wilmington.
gusting to 22. A mostly sunny sky in Lubbock, 52. North wind at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 30.
Oh, I see why. Cleveland. I see what happened. Cleveland must have tested. But the stream that I am using was silent. Let's see if I can find. See if I can find any sort of confirmation. There's New Orleans, I see. Yep, so Cleveland did test.
And the warning alarm feature that we normally hear would even if you are using a big quality receiver, use working order. The warning alarm feature will be activated for the following central Illinois counties. Champaign, Cole, Ford, Moultrie, Tyre, and Vermilion. Wind now returns regular programming at 49 Gold. Wind north at 26. At Hart, 49. Wind north at 23. 48.
So we're still waiting to hear from Shreveport. I'm going by my list. Who has yet to test?
49 at Tulia. Wind north northwest.
I think that's all of them.
Silverton 49.
So it's just Wilmington who has not tested yet.
Wind north northwest
That's
at
the
20.
only one left. Or did the two Wilmington transmitters fail? And there we go. See, Radio Frenzy posted the highlights from the stream.
Palo Duro Canyon State Park Rail 49. Wind north northwest at 12. 51 at Palo Duro Canyon State Park floor. Wind north northwest at 11. The GA Range 50. Wind northwest at 21. In Leslie, 51. Wind north northwest at 24. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for Plainview and vicinity. Today, sunny, breezy with highs in the mid-50s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, winds up to 35 miles an hour. Tonight, clear, cold will change in the mid-40s.
And even on my college's PCs, I haven't seen the new start menu roll out either.
Thursday, sunny. Not at school times in the upper 60s. West winds 10 to 15 miles
I can't really set his volume back.
Thursday night, clear. Lows in the lower 30s. West winds around 5 miles an hour. Friday, sunny.
Oh, Max the Cockatoo is having a meltdown today. Had a meltdown this morning.
Friday night,
I don't know.
clear until midnight and becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-30s. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Saturday night, Partly cloudy until midnight, then becoming mostly cloudy.
5 miles an hour.
Lows in the lower 40s.
Partly cloudy.
Sunday, partly sunny.
Mostly cloudy.
Highs in the upper
Cold with
60s.
lows around 3 about.
Sunday night, mostly cloudy.
That's his like excited voice or something.
Lows in the lower 40s. Chance of rain 20%.
And in fact, this is actually the very first cockatoo, the very first internet famous cockatoo that I found. Found it just a couple years ago. I did. Max has had enough of these frigid temperatures, as we all have. Yeah. Yeah. I've had enough of those frigid temperatures.
Highs in the mid 50s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 35 miles an hour. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for the South Plains, rolling plains, and the far southern Texas panhandle. For this afternoon and tonight, no hazardous weather is expected at this time. And now the extended outlook for the period Thursday through Tuesday. The probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station, WNG 561, the voice of the National Weather Service.
Now I know Huntsville failed the tornado drill. They didn't even send the message out. So let's see what happens here. There's Shreveport.
This is the reporting Wednesday morning test of the National Weather Service's NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm System. This test is normally conducted during each Wednesday morning between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is severe weather in the area or threatening the area, the test is then postponed until Thursday morning or until the next good weather day. There is no severe weather in the area at this time. Repeating once again, this is the routine Wednesday morning test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm System. This concludes the test. This is the National Weather Service in North Platte, Nebraska. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm System for radio stations WXL 73, WXN 72, WXN 82, WXL 68, WXL 76, GPS 502, KHA 55. Serving western and north central Nebraska, far northeast Colorado, and portions of southern South Dakota. During potentially dangerous weather situations across the area, the alarm tones you just heard would be activated and immediately followed by information about the impending hazard. Your reception of the alarm tones and the radio broadcast may vary at times, even though you are using a quality receiver that is in good working order. This test is normally conducted each Wednesday morning around 11:30 a.m. Central Time, but will be canceled in the event of severe or hazardous weather. This has been the National Weather Service in North Platte. We now return you to our regular programming. 9 miles an hour. The record low is 37 degrees, which puts it at highs in the lower 70s. 0.01 west winds around 5 miles an hour brings the climate total to 0.42. Friday night, 0.72 until midnight. Normal about 0.6 Celsius for February. Lows in the mid-30s. For the year Saturday, 0.23.
So only Birmingham's transmitters sent the drill and no other transmitters did. So I see what's going on here. So, everything that's active here, this is all that's left. So the Miami Marlins So I was going to see a Marlins game too. Alright, so I guess with that, that is, well, everything. But while we're at it, I was thinking of possibly introducing another new series. And that game actually comes from one of the Nostalgia Paradise episodes. One of the episodes I remember was when we did the Acer stuff. So I want to take a look and see what episode it was when I showed that one game. So trying to see if I remember which one. Here goes Lubbock. I don't think it was Vista. Wasn't this one? I think it was this one. No, they're all at speed. Let's try this one. Oh, this is it. This is the one I'm looking for.
Texas, Bailey, Briscoe, Castro, Childress, Cochran, Collingsworth, Cottle, Crosby, Desmond, Tickens, Donnelly, Floyd, Ford, Garza, Hale, Hall, Hartman, Hockley, Kent, King, Lamb, Lubbock, Flynn, Motley, Farmer, Randall, Stonewall, Swisher, and Terry. In Oklahoma, Greer, Hoffman, and Jackson. And in New Mexico, Curry. This concludes the weekly test of the NOAA Weather Radio Hazard Warning Alarm System. 15 to 20 miles per hour. Lightning. Thursday night, temperature around 25. Sky weather, windy, partly cloudy. Wind, northwest winds 20 to the west at 110. Lightning. Extended forecast, Friday, freezing.
Wilmington, Ohio, finally.
Lows around 14. Saturday, freezing. Partly cloudy. Highs in the upper 30s. Lows in the lower 20s. At the Aberdeen Regional Airport, no measurable precipitation has been recorded so far today, Wednesday, February 4th. Yesterday, 0.01 inches of rain.
Nice of you to finally test.
The snowfall was 0.2 inches. Snowfall observations are taken 4 times a day.
Nice of you to finally do it. An hour and 38 minutes late.
The National Weather Service office in Wilmington, Ohio.
Is that game even in the Internet Archive? No, it is not.
46 Miamisburg, Ohio, public warning system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the one-to-one tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in Ohio: Butler, Champaign, Clark, Clinton, Dark, Greene, Logan, Miami, Montgomery, Preble, Shelby, and Warren. And in Indiana, Fayette, Union, and Wayne. This concludes the weekly test of weather radio station WXJ, 46 Miamisburg, Ohio. Not as cold with highs in the mid-40s.
I wonder what took Wilmington so long to finally send the weekly out.
But 25 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly clear in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the upper 20s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Friday, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-30s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Friday night and Saturday, partly cloudy. Lows 15 to 20. Highs in the lower 40s. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 20s. Highs in the lower 40s. Sunday night and Monday, partly cloudy. Lows in the upper 20s. Highs in the upper 40s. Monday night and Tuesday, mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-20s. Highs around 40. Here's the local forecast for the listening area. This afternoon, mostly cloudy.
So now that I see that spin and win game again, you know, maybe that could become a new series. That could possibly become a new series on the channel at some point down the line. It could. It could potentially become a new series at some point. And I'll show you what I mean, because if I open up here, this is the current schedule of our programming, you know, where everything is. There's currently 2 slots available, so I could fit 2 more shows. I could fit 2 more shows in these slots. And I tell you, this is nice. He's a Pirates fan. Well, of course he's a Pirates fan. He's from Pittsburgh. What else? So, the only problem then is I only get 60 minutes each time, and I would have to revert the snapshots. to reset the game to tape another episode. So that's the only other problem that I have. So then the question is, what can I do about it? So if this were to become a show, it could take over the 3 p.m. time slot where the bowling train is, but and also at the same time plan to make a fast-paced version of Play 9. Making a fast-paced version of Play 9, where it would only be 4 holes instead of 9, and it would be sort of called Play 4. It's just 4 holes. Plain and simple, isn't it? So that is under consideration. This is what's airing currently, but then after next year this will be done. Sorry will continue in this slot. Big Johns will continue in this slot. Those are going to be the new shows that will be taking over those spots. Once, those are the 2 shows that will take over Big Numbers and Meal or No Meal after they finish. And I've also considered a few other series too. I had the idea earlier. But then I have a few other series. Yeah, then I have a few other ideas for other shows, such as Big John's Whammy, Powerball Instant Millionaire. I mean, there's so many games we could turn into shows on this channel here. We could turn so many of them into shows here. And I'm already predicting, I've already got another show ready to take over 5th Grader at the 3:30 slot. But then we have Pressure Luck and Whammy. So if we were to debut some of these shows nearly simultaneously, then we could finally make use of the 4:30 and 5:30 p.m. time slots. Finally getting us to a point where shows come out every half hour for 4 hours straight. We have a new episode of the show come out every half hour for 4 hours each weekday. So as such, 3 p.m. So as such, 3 p.m. you get the first show, and then you'll get another show after that. And then of course you'll get, like 3 p.m. you'll get the Bowling Train or Play 9 Quickie, whatever. I'm just taking this as an example here. And then, but of course the 3 p.m. time slot's going to remain occupied by, I did say I would do or No Deal Jackpot at that time slot. Once the Bowling Train concludes. So that Spin and Win game could be a seasonal series, or we could just do it as like a full-scale series, considering how quick some of those episodes are to take. Because how long did I actually have the game going for? 41 minutes, and I started the game at, let's see, 31 minutes. So it took about 15 minutes. Give or take, to record an entire episode. To record a whole episode, just to sort of do an entire thing. So this will sort of be a descendant. So that will sort of be a descendant of the Nostalgia Paradise series that, of course, concluded earlier this year. Well, concluded last year. And I've got so many other shows too, so. So then, of course, I'll decide when to start. But of course, I'll talk about it further when we get there. So if we were to debut Spin and Win as a series, I will have to acquire that Acer Aspire image again. Yeah, I'll have to once again acquire that Acer Aspire image. See what I can do to get the full version going. But if not, I'll just keep resetting the snapshot each time the trial expires. So I think with this being the case, I'll have to. So with that being the case, I could record 3 episodes with it, then reset the snapshot and record 3 more, then restore the snapshot again, record 3 more episodes. I think at this point, this is probably how it's going to go. So, considering we're not going to be able to get as many episodes done, I'm thinking at this point, Spin and Win would just be a seasonal series. We're all just, separated by season. I don't know exactly yet when or how we're going to handle this. If we're going to do it as if we're going to have Spin and Win go alongside another series, in the same time slot, or we'll just fill it in with some other slot on the list. But with 15-minute episodes each, I guess we'll see on day 1 how many episodes of that show I can record that is if and when we get there. That's if and when we get there. And then when that time comes, then of course I'll record, then we'll go from there. Okay, let's go back to the list here. So we've heard from everybody so far except for La Crosse, Aberdeen, and Huntsville. I think Huntsville decided that they probably failed the drill and they didn't even want to try it. Because I swear I put Huntsville in there, did I not? Let me see what Huntsville says. I just want to see. Okay, they postponed the test. Huntsville postponed. Alright. So Huntsville's postponed. We'll keep the other 2 going. I'm getting the Mountain Time Zone and the West Coast ready to go. Alright. Resetting now.
Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly clear in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the upper 20s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Friday, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-30s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour.
I see West Central Florida EAS got the drill as well. Oh, this is Hillsboro.
There it is. Jacksonville's going. There goes Jacksonville. Alright, Jacksonville's going. Team ready? There it is.
Oh my gosh. And is that Windows 10? Nobody wants to give up Windows 10 yet. That one failed. And the video stopped. Yeah. All right. So Aberdeen is late and Lacrosse is late. We're gonna keep them going until we end up hearing from them. All right. So let me provide a little bit of a summary as to what I have stated so far. So I did say about the possibility of some new shows coming soon. Of course, we have. So looking at the current, let's see the episode count that's going to air. Let's see. So Friday will be at 375. So there's only so on Friday there will only be 25 more episodes of Meal or No Meal before the last one. In fact, the last episode is going to come out during my spring break. So after that episode releases, the remastered older travel series episodes will then begin to air in those time slots until Ticket to Ride begins. Now, of course, I want to get these 165 episodes and 125 episodes of both Yahtzee and Ticket to Ride respectively up before that time comes. Hence why we're trying to get both of these shows done as quickly as possible. In fact, we're almost done with Yahtzee. In fact, as I said, we're almost done with the export process of Yahtzee, and we're already more than halfway done with Ticket to Ride in terms of filming and editing. I did say that I'll be editing and filming the remaining episodes of those episodes this week, and Ticket to Ride will be next week. In fact, I'll do that all next week. And then the following week after that, President's Day, that is when we'll return to normal. And then the 9th through the 13th, that is when we'll be off from taping entirely. By then, we'll have all the episodes of all those shows ready to go, so I won't need to worry about anything else after that. But I did talk about 2 other new series. There's one that I don't want to announce yet, but I'm having that one replace 5th Grader. And the other one that I just brought up is the Spin and Win game that I'm sure if you watched the Nostalgia Paradise series, especially one of the Acer episodes, I think you'll know what game I'm talking about. So so I took a look at the footage, and I've seen that the game typically takes about 15 minutes, to record an entire episode, and usually that thing has like a 60-minute trial. So here's my plan with the show. Currently, here's the plan. I'm going to record 3 episodes for as long as that trial is active. And of course, I'll save a snapshot, prior to even starting the game. So keep the trial, let the trial run. And then after 3 episodes have been shot, I'll restore the snapshot to reset the limit. And then I can continue recording episodes of the show. And then, of course, after that, I'll continue recording episodes. So then, of course, I'll resume taping episodes of the show after that. And then when those are done, well, currently, since those take about 15 minutes, it would take an hour and 15 minutes to record just an entire week of episodes. So, with that being the case, I am thinking about either making this, well, I have several options for this particular show. Either make it a weekly series, have new episodes released once a week, like Nostalgia. Have new episodes, come out a few times a week, or have it do 5 days a week, or just do it all as like one whole season. Just film episodes, that go through, let's say season 1. Let's say 30 episodes for season 1, have one new episode come out once a week, and then, do 30 episodes for season 1, and have new episodes released once a week, until we get to the end. Well, actually, this is not the network I want. I want Fox for 25 words, or wait, wrong one. There we go. That is for today's 25 words or less episode. As soon as it loads. I'll give it some time. And then Columbus, Wisconsin. Finally, lacrosse.
The National Weather Service has just activated the warning alarm at the test. Very dangerous weather situation. Specifically, Bill's radios are automatically warn of the impending hazard. Tests of this alarm tone are normally conducted at this time every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If severe weather threatens the area near the normal test time, the test will be postponed until the next good weather day. This alarm tone will be activated for watches, warning, selected statements affecting specific counties based on the transmitter you are listening to. For exact coverage areas, please visit our internet homepage. Frequency of this alarm tone will vary at any given location, especially at greater distances from the transmitter and the
Chicago, snow flurries were reported.
This includes the weekly alarm
10:24.
We now return to our
At St. Louis, it was mostly clear. 10:26. Cold with lows in the mid-20s.
was cloudy.
Saturday and Saturday night, partly cloudy. Twin Cities, it was cloudy. Highs in the middle 50s. Lows in the middle 30s. And Sunday, sunny. Once again, highs in the upper 50s. Under sunny Sunday night and Monday, partly cloudy. This is the NOAA Radio. Lows in the middle 30s. Highs in the lower 60s. 11 Monday and Tuesday, partly cloudy. A slight chance of rain. Hazardous weather lows from
And then Richland.
Wisconsin, highs in the lower 60s. This hazardous weather outlook is proportions of east central, north central, and northeast Kansas. For today and tonight, a very light winter mix remain possible this morning, although measurable precipitation is not expected. Slick spots will not be ruled out in your weather radio warning device through Tuesday during potentially dangerous weather situations. Specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. This is no weather tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday around noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next good weather day. The warning alarm transmitted over this and other NOAA radio stations in southern Wisconsin will normally be activated for watches and warnings that affect the following Wisconsin counties: Richland, Vernon, Bedlam, Juneau, Lamar, Kent, Wausau, Winnebago, Station Land, Manitowoc, Columbia, Green Lake, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Dodge.
Oh wow, it sounds like WXK91 just went wireless. That sounds much better than it was before.
reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for selected watches and warnings affecting the following counties: Shawnee, Waubonsee, Douglas, Osage, Jefferson, Jackson, Potawatomi, Riley,
Now it works.
Atchison, and Morse.
Just needed to try so many options just to get it going. Alright, let's see how long it stays.
In Minnesota, northern Hampton County, northern Cass County, Itasca County, and west central St. Louis County. This concludes the test of this weather radio station. We now return to our regular program.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go get some lunch now, and then I will return.
40 degrees. The wind for southwest and Central Park is coming. The temperature is 42. The wind is found at 7. Winds are reported mostly sunny and 45. Boulder Bear. The temperature was 46. The wind was southeast of 6. Fort Holly Lawrence Airport. 46 degrees. The wind was southwest at 13 miles an hour. Humidity 45. The wind was southwest. Ellsworth in Colorado. Monument 34. Colorado Springs partly sunny and 39. Winds 43. The wind was variable at 6. Cleveland 41. The wind was north at 9 miles an hour. Brandon Downson 23. Summit observation 44. The wind was west at 13 to 20 degrees. Northwest Salem 43. The wind was northwest at 13 miles an hour gusty to 20 degrees. Midland Salem 46. Again, Denver International Airport was 43 degrees with partly sunny skies. The winds were found at 6 miles an hour. Here is the forecast for Boulder and western Boulder suburbs. Tonight, sunny. Highs in the lower 50s. Tonight, mostly clear. Lows 30 to 50. Thursday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 50s. Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows 30 to 50. You're listening to Bill Baldwin Weather Radio, broadcasting 24 hours a day from the National Weather Service office in Boulder. This broadcast serves the greater Denver metro area on 18KBC W System 100. On Friday bases in Denver and WX3 on 162.4 and 5 megahertz in Lee. Here is the forecast for Vegas. Mostly sunny. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Tonight, mostly clear. Lows in the lower to mid-50s. Thursday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows in the lower to mid-50s. Weather Express forecast for Denver and Boulder. Mostly sunny. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Friday night through Saturday, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-40s to 30s. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Saturday and through Monday, mostly clear. Lows 31 to 36. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows 30. Tuesday, mostly cloudy with a slight touch of rain. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Temperatures 60 to 20%. The 11 a.m. observations around northeast Colorado. Denver International Airport was partly sunny. The temperature was 42 degrees. The dew point 15. The relative humidity 36%. The wind was southeast 5 miles per hour. The pressure was 30.4 atmosphere and falling. Denver Central Park, the temperature was 44. The relative humidity 35%. The wind was southeast 6. Aurora was 44 degrees. The wind was southwest at 6. Central Park was 7. The temperature was 42. The wind was south at 7. Winds were reported mostly sunny and 45. Boulder Bear. The temperature was 46. The wind was southeast at 6. Fort Holly Lawrence Airport. 46 degrees. The wind was southwest at 13 miles an hour. Humidity 47. The wind was south at 8. Ellsworth in Colorado. Monument 34. Colorado Springs partly sunny and 39. Winds 43. The wind was variable at 6. Cleveland 41. The wind was north at 9 miles an hour. Brandon Johnson 43. Summit observation partly cloudy. Snows in the mid-southwest radius. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Saturday night through Monday, mostly clear. Lows 31 to 36. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows mid-30s. Tuesday, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of rain and snow. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Temperature eastern 20%. The 11th is likely around northwest Colorado. Denver International Airport, partly sunny. Temperature was 42 degrees, eastern 27. The relative humidity 36%. The wind was down to 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 7.4 and falling. In Denver Central Park, the temperature was 44. The relative humidity 35%. The wind was down to 6. Aurora was 44 degrees. The wind was southwest at 6. Encino partly sunny. The temperature was 42. The wind was down to 7. Greenville reported mostly sunny and 45. Boulder, Texas. The temperature was 48. The wind was southeast. Fort Collins Lutheran Airport, showing 46 degrees. The wind was southwest at 13 miles an hour. Greeley 74%. The wind was southeast. Ellsworth in Colorado, minus 23 and 34. Colorado Springs partly sunny and 39. Winds 20.3. The wind was variable at 6. Farming Salem 41. The wind was north at 9 miles an hour. Grand Junction 10.3. Some other information. Farming Salem 44. The wind was west at 13 gusting to 23. Laurel Hunt Salem 0.3. The wind was northwest at 13 miles an hour gusting to 23. Midland Salem 46. Again, Denver International Airport was 42 degrees and partly sunny skies. The wind was down to 6 miles an hour. Here's the forecast for Boulder and western Denver suburbs. Today, sunny. Highs in the lower 60s. Tonight, mostly clear. Lows 30 to 36. Mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 50s. Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows 32 to 38. Here's the forecast for Denver. Today, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Tonight, mostly clear. Lows in the lower to mid-50s. Mostly sunny. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows in the lower to mid-50s. Here's the extended forecast for Denver and Boulder area. Mostly sunny. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Tonight and Saturday, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-southwest radius. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Saturday night through Monday, mostly clear. Lows 41 to 37. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the 30s. Tuesday, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of rain and snow. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Temperature eastern 20%. The 11th is oscillations around northeast Colorado. Denver International Airport, partly sunny. The temperature was 42 degrees, 82.7. The relative humidity 36%. The wind was down to 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.4 and falling. Denver Central Park, the temperature was 44. The relative humidity 35%. The wind was down to 6. Aurora was 44 degrees. The wind was southwest at 6. Encino partly sunny. The temperature was 42. The wind was south at 7. Greenville reported mostly cloudy and 45. Northern Better was 45. A temperature with 28. Windy with southeast north. Forecast low in the airport. 46 degrees. Windy with southwest 13 miles an hour. Moody starting at 47. Windy with southeast. Southwest in Colorado. Muggy 31 and 34. Colorado Springs partly sunny and 39. Phoenix 43. Windy with variable. Miami 41. Windy with north 9 miles an hour. Grand Junction 43. Summer observation. Sunny 44. Windy with west at 13.
All right. I am back from my kind of long lunch break. I ate lunch first and then took care of scrambled up, so that's through now. I see Aberdeen finally tested. Wow, can't believe it took them that long. KCSI tested as well. Well, good thing they did, because they never sent the monthly test for some reason. And here goes Albuquerque now. I'm going to go and rewind everything. Let's start with Flagstaff. Okay, that one will come back too. Next one is... Alright, well, Aberdeen, we already lost that. So we'll have to do... This one doesn't have any sound either. So Denver's the other one. Okay, here's Riverton.
is going to be automatically activated by the signals to warn of the impending hazard. The tests of the signal that the receivers will launch are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. on each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, your test will visit until the next available weather day. Reception of this broadcast, especially the weather alarm, will vary in its location. No airplane can occur, so you are using a good quality receiver. That is a good working order. We now return to our regular programming. This is the National Weather Service office in Boulder. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA All Hazards Radio public warning system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, the tone alert will be activated to warn of the impending danger.
There's Pendleton.
The preceding signal was a test of the weather radio public warning system for station WWF56, Bridgeville, Washington. This warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties only. In South Central and Southeast Washington, Adams, Benton, Franklin, Gwinnett, Clayton, Walla Walla, Yakima. This concludes the warning alarm test.
Oh my gosh, I still like the part where Kaiba tries to look for his like cheese snack that he likes.
This test of the warning alarm is normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon.
I'm just intrigued by all the boxes of cheeses in the picture. In the picture.
Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm,
Especially Stop and Shop's baked snack crackers.
will normally be more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, even though you are using a high-quality receiver. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for all of north central and northeastern Colorado.
I see Phoenix is finally going.
Tests of these radios are normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather in your area Wednesday, this test will not be conducted. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. To provide the most consistent warning service as possible, this warning alarm will only be activated for watches and warnings affecting Maricopa and northwest Pinal counties. This concludes the test of the NOAA Weather Radio warning device.
Alright, Human does not work, so on to Globe.
Arizona, it was sunny. Thursday, sunny. This is a test of the National Weather Service's NOAA Weather Radio broadcast from Flagstaff, Arizona.
Alright, on with the rest of it.
Potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers are normally conducted between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon Mountain Standard Time. If there is a threat of severe weather, this test will be postponed until the next fair weather day. This concludes the weekly test of NOAA Weather Radio.
Next one.
This is the National Weather Service office in Aberdeen, South Dakota, with the weekly NOAA Weather Radio test. The warning alarm tone and the emergency alert system have just been activated. These tones will precede the broadcast of emergency messages. This is a test of NOAA Weather Radio's warning alarm system. During severe weather situations, receivers built with the tone or emergency alert features will be automatically activated for watches and warnings affecting your area. This concludes the live test from the National Weather Service office in Aberdeen, South Dakota.
The signal was a test of the public warning system for the National Weather Service radio stations in southeast Wyoming and Nebraska Panhandle areas. During potentially dangerous situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn the public of the impending signal, and receivers' performance are normally conducted each Wednesday between the hours of 11 in the morning and noon. If there is severe weather or the threat of severe weather in the area, the test will be postponed until the next good weather day. This warning alarm will be activated for selected watches, warnings, and civil emergencies affecting southeast Wyoming and the Nebraska Panhandle. We now return you to your normal broadcast. provide the most consistent warning services possible. This warning alarm will only be activated for watches and warnings affecting southern Hillary County. This concludes the test of the NOAA radio warning device.
All right, last one.
Proceeding signal with Riverton, Wyoming. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA radio public warning system for northwestern Wyoming. The following counties and transmitters are covered by this test. Teton County by KWM 39. Yellowstone National Park by WMD 686 and WMD 667. Eastern Park County by WMD 563. Legal and Wasatch County by WMD 568. Carbon County of Montana by WMD 563. Park County of Montana by WMD 686. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of impending hazard.
We get to try out Windows deployment services tonight.
If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver. That is in good working order. We now return to our regular programming. Upper 50s. Sunday night and Monday, mostly cloudy.
All right. So that leaves us now with Salt Lake City and Grand Junction being all that remains for the Mountain Time Zone. So except for Huntsville, everybody has tested. So, but of course, I'm going to go ahead and do early preparations for the evening stuff tonight. But of course, there is more I'm adding. I wonder if this other one still works. No, it does not. I'm disappointed. Alright. So, first, we're going to add Wakefield, because they're going to do a second test tonight. And then going over to the main config file. And then I'll add in Paducah. And then I think that's all things preparation-wise that we need to do. And I see Salt Lake City testing now. I see Texas Gulf Coast posted the Houston test from earlier. Don't know why he was a little late, but okay. I wonder where whoever made this Yu-Gi-Oh thing got the pictures from for the grocery store. Did he get them from? Do you just look at a? I think he just found a bunch of random pictures somewhere. I don't know. It doesn't say, but this is a very clever creation. I've got to say myself. All right. So I was going to say something about, well, I want to go ahead and say some more things about the upcoming, as we get ready for the end of this week, going into next week, and then what the future plans hold for the spring taping cycle. So if I just go standard here. So let's see, I say that by the end of the 13th, we will be at 195 episodes of Ticket to Ride. This is my assumption. And then Monday would be sorry, and then I would film 30. Oh, I gotta turn number lock on, or do I? Yeah, there we go. So then I film 30 more episodes, so that would bring it up to 225. That's for Tuesday the 17th. Friday the 20th, I would record 30, actually 45, which would bring it up to 270. Then Tuesday would just be another 30. The 23rd, the 24th. And then on Tuesday the 3rd, 30 more episodes. And then that Friday, 45 more. So that would put it at 375. That would then mean only 125 episodes would remain at that point. So then of course, the 9th, as I've stated, is spring break. The 9th through the 13th is spring break, so that would mean no episodes at all. Then Tuesday the 17th, I would record 30 more episodes, which would bring it up to 405. And then we'll just proceed with we'll just treat the 13th as if Yahtzee was there. So then Friday, I would tape 45 more episodes to bring it up to 450. And then Tuesday, March, that week, no, it's not that week, it's the following week. So then the 24th, well, let's see. If we do 30 each day, let's see. So then I think the 16th, as I said, I want to finish the DS game. So that I would film 30 episodes on Monday the 23rd. And then the following day, Tuesday, I would film the final 20. So, March 24th then could be when I finish recording Ticket to Ride. Now, what about Yahtzee though? Well, production would continue on the 19th, and I've been able to record 40 episodes each day. 35, possibly 40. Let's go by 40 just for the sake, or we could go 35. But you know what? For the sake of things, we'll just do 35 episodes. Then the following day, I would record 35 more episodes. And then, it cleared itself. So 35 episodes and then 160. And then Friday, I think I was able to record, 45? So Friday the 27th, that would bring it up to 205. Then another 35 to bring it up to 240. That would be on the 5th. Then we go to the week of spring break. Then another 35 episodes after that, which then leaves the 26th and 27th on their own. So the 26th I could record 35, and then another 45, which would then only bring Yahtzee up to 355 episodes. So, with that being the case, so if Yahtzee will not be able to make it all the way, how about we hold off on the bowling train until I finish recording the remaining episodes of Yahtzee? I think that is a better idea. Wait till Yahtzee is finished before going on with the bowling train. So then Tuesday the 7th of April, production would then resume. So 35 more episodes, then another 35, and then another 45. That would bring it up to 470. So then I can just film the final 30 episodes on the 13th. I could then film the final episodes on the 13th, and then use the rest of the day to begin preparations for the bowling train, and then begin taping those episodes immediately on the following day, Tuesday the 14th. But I'll be spending spring break prepping the layout, making sure everything works, and then whatever time I have left after I record Yahtzee on the 13th of April, that would give me enough time to prepare, that will give me time to make final preparations, make sure everything's ready to go for the upcoming season of the bowling train. So then the 14th, 16th, 17th, and 20th then would be taping days for that show. Then, of course, after that, the very last stages would be would be the Minecraft thing. The Minecraft driving. But during that spring break, I plan to work further on I plan to continue working on that roadway project that we have been working on for quite a while. So I want to use that extra time when I can to bring the project closer to completion. To bring the entire project closer to being complete. So yeah, to bring the project closer to completion. So I want to get the project finished as soon as possible, so that way then I can record the Boeing Train, and then I can get to work on the travel series revival, sort of. It's not going to be like a full revival, but rather it's just going to be like a shortened version, just showing off each of the highways that I've built over the last 10 years, including all the new stuff. So pretty much some uncharted territory that the original one that I did many years ago missed out on. So it's going to be very amazing to see this whole thing revived, in a whole new light. But now that I mentioned all this old stuff, I've been thinking maybe my small form factor PC could eventually get another purpose. What do I mean by another purpose? I've been thinking it'd be nice to set up like a separate, well, it's not going to be public right now, but I'm still thinking about it, but it could be like could be used as like a archival for, a lot of the old shows that I've made. And maybe at some point later on in the taping cycle, I could maybe finally finish recording episodes of, finally finish, some series that I've been working on for, oh my god, a very long time. I can maybe finally just clear out the last of the remnants of what was, and then just sitting in there, collecting dust, waiting to be used. So I was thinking, you know what? I think this is probably the time now that we've rebranded. So, but again, nothing is set in stone yet. Or I could maybe perhaps remaster the original episodes. Either remake or remaster the original episodes of the show. But I'm not going to tell you exactly what this little series thing is about. I'll probably just run it exclusively on Plainfield TV, and I will not run it anywhere else. That, or I'll just make the episodes, keep it in the archives, or maybe I'll just see what I'll just see what my mind intends at that point, and then I will go from there. So yeah, I'll just see what my mind intends to, and then I'll just take matters into my own hands from that point. Because I actually still have all of the documentation in regards to the program. I've stored them here for years. So let me see if I still. Oh my god, I still have all the documentation. How many seasons did I originally plan on making? Oh, there's just a bunch of papers of old projects that were supposed to be done. I believe I only took this up to season 11. I believe I've only had this running for. I had it planned for 11 seasons. Yeah, I've had it planned for 11 seasons, But of course, I've only made 7 of them prior to rebranding to the old name that we've had. So I had made 7 seasons prior to the rebrand. I could have just sped run, the remaining episodes, and then that would have been it. But I just wanted it all done as soon as possible, considering the idea had just came up and we're beginning to, start over from scratch. But hey, it's nice that I'm bringing back some of these old concepts and repurposing them for a whole new purpose, or a whole new generation. I don't know how to say it, but for a whole new purpose, whole new generation, whatever. Same thing. Or maybe those episodes could probably occupy that. I'll just see what else. See what I can. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I could remaster the episodes, or either remaster it, or just post them as they are, or just release them, or just re-release them as they are, and just plaster over remove the credit sequence at the end, and just put the logo over it at the end. I think that's a better idea. Just putting the logo at the end and the beginning of the production. I think that's a better idea, rather than just taking matters into my own hands and just letting it go as it is. Well, pretty much in its original form, because I don't know what kind of mind I had back in the day. Because, yeah, a few years ago, I definitely had a pretty wild mind when it came to production of these shows and everything. Alright, now why haven't we heard from Grand Junction yet? They're probably very late, that's all I know. Yeah, they didn't test early, so... Alright, so they are running late. Okay, now to set everything up for the Pacific time zone. So, Chanhassen. Let me find, let's try the other Coachella. Waiting on replacement coax cable. Okay. So that's what's going on. Alright. Lastly, does Davis Peak work? Yes, it does. Oh, I forgot another important piece. This will go in following Canada. They're starting in French now instead of English. That's interesting. That's weird. Wow. Seems like this is all we're left with already. This is all we're already left with. And now Sacramento's just repeating the test message over and over again.
.com. Wherever you go, make it sunny with the sunny. The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
And is being run in conjunction with a routine weekly test of the emergency alert system. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, these alerts will always
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
In northwestern Mexico, we have Iowa and San Juan counties. Once again, the National Weather Service has just conducted a test of the public warning alarm system. We now return to our normal broadcast cycle.
Wow. That only took 7 minutes. I think that's a new record. Well, not quite actually. Because there's actually still 2 offices left. And those don't usually go until like the very end of the well, actually toward the bottom of the hour. Because they're usually till then when they end up going. So at this point then I'm gonna say that's it. That was a very short Pacific time zone otherwise. So yeah, that's that is that. That was pretty quick. That was pretty quick, I must say. Alrighty, so now earlier in the show I was talking about the schedule for all of these shows and how I have several other shows planned. I brought one of them up, Spin and Win, from the Nostalgia Paradise series. That I could possibly be debuting at some point in the future. However, the question is, I don't know if that's going to, I don't know what time slot we can, do that. Because we have a 4:30 and a 5:30 slot available because all other shows are taking over those slots. So, but I do have a few other ones that I'd like to possibly release as a series as well. Like the Freezeria Ice Cream Shop, I really would like to make that as a series. The Yu-Gi-Oh game that we do live on the air, I'd like to make that a series as well. Set for Life, that might sound like another good series we can possibly do. And I'll change the status of Sorry and Wheel of Fortune on the document to say that production would be soon underway for 2027. And then I'll change 5th Grader and Ticket to Ride to complete or just remove them completely from the list. And then I'll change Play 9 to say Season 2 taping in fall 2026 or spring 2027. I mean, there's just so many shows that I want to make. So we're doing 8 years of Play 9 episodes. That actually could be become, well, Play 9 actually very quickly could become the new longest running show on the channel. Well, not in terms of episode numbers, but rather in terms of timeline. So, this would be the first season of Play 9 we make. Of course, we'd have Season 2 in 27. Season 3 would then be in 28. Season 4 would be in 29. So then Season 5. So then, if my predictions are correct, that show could go all the way to 2033. So that is how long I anticipate the Play 9 series to run. Considering that we're going to be doing 50 episodes over the summer. And I feel like this is going to be very likely a continuous pattern. And then after that, we can maybe find some more series we can add to our lineup. But I mean, But then I'm just thinking, what is it going to be like if we don't make any new episodes of anything? Well, I mean, sorry, it's going to go on for quite some time because I mean, usually it's 2 years in which I make episodes for. But I've decided that I'm going to actually probably take that show. Did I say I would take that show all the way to 1,000 episodes, considering how good it is? Yeah, I did. So, in terms of episodes altogether, we're not even halfway through the series. And we still got so many more episodes left to make. In fact, we got to make another 285 or so. So then 1,000 will likely be the last episode of Sorry. And then when that time comes, then I can maybe end up putting in new episodes of another show, which currently I have not decided which ones of these it's going to be yet. Because I had a few Wii and Wii U games on my list for quite some time now, like Deal or No Deal or Wheel of Fortune. Ever since seeing the Wii Party corruption video, I've been thinking maybe we can make that spin-off game from it as a series too, maybe as a series. However, the thing is, I have to make sure to get ensure that the HDMI signal is correctly working. Wheel of Fortune for the Xbox, that could become a series too. I know MVG Productions does it as a series, however, not as like one where new episodes are released like once or twice a week. Well, no, not like 5 days a week, I should say. Rather, he does it only on Mondays. But it could be on any given Monday. So, like in this case, it was Jeopardy. It's what he calls Mystery Monday. You don't know what you're gonna get. But for me, the Xbox Wheel of Fortune, that could actually come. That could be a good bridge in between Big John's Wheel of Fortune. In terms of the list, well, in terms of what it looks like. But in terms of the game, it follows a simple pattern. It just follows the pattern of the 2017 format. So, but then there's only like a certain amount of stages, and I mean, there's quite a lot of inconsistencies I've seen in that game, like computer opponents picking random letters, like Q and Z and J. That's silly. Just silly. So, I feel like with the Wii games, I think THQ did a much better job with those than did a much better job in terms of programming computer opponents, unlike what Ubisoft did with Wheel of Fortune for the Xbox. I don't have the 360 version of it, but what I can tell you is that the Wii U and the 360 versions of Wheel of Fortune are pretty much the same thing. So even if we were to do the Xbox version of Wheel of Fortune, the Xbox 360 to be exact, there wouldn't be too many. There's not going to be too many visual differences between them both. So, and I've been thinking, we could maybe do these like what I've seen Aubrey Scott do, where he does Wheel of Fortune for the Xbox the 360 version. He does a seasonal series where he does 31 episodes of the Xbox Wheel of Fortune for October. And I think this is the 13th year he did it. And then he just recently did a holiday edition too. So for our edition, we could maybe take a very similar approach. We could do a similar approach with that show. Maybe start the first week with the classic set, and then we can maybe do theme weeks along the way. But then, of course, the entire month of October, we can theme it to Halloween, and then maybe we can just pick something to go through November, and then we can do the Christmas theme throughout throughout December, and then January. Well, it's been a long time since I last touched the Wii U. I mean, I still have to even check and make sure that my Wii U actually works. Well, if it does work, but I mean, I'm thinking maybe as part of the final bits of testing, you know, and everything else like that. If I really want to make those as a series, I'm gonna use the method of capture. I'm gonna use the capture card method. I'm not gonna hook it up to the TV and point a camera at it. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm gonna just use a capture card and the screen recorder like we do with our Friday Fun Night show, where instead of pointing the camera at the laptop screen, I have the HDMI cable plugged in to the laptop and the connected to the capture card, and then it just outputs right through to OBS. But then that doesn't output any audio. I actually found out that the small form factor's HDMI cable does in fact output audio. I confirmed that when I was getting the capture card set up on the micro PC, as I heard whatever was playing on the secondary at the time, because I had the secondary on, because I had the secondary playlist open while I was going through that. Because I had the secondary playlist open while I was going through that, and then I heard its output through the micro's speakers. So there are some devices where the HDMI audio will work, but then there's others where it doesn't. Like in this case, the HP laptop, in this case, it doesn't have audio. It does not support audio output, which is not surprising through HDMI because it is a 2008 PC. So of course I don't expect any audio outputs out of it. So good thing I devised a contingency plan, you know, to ensure that we get the audio through to OBS from the PC. You know, of course, when we do the Big John's games. So yeah, I've ordered 800 episodes of Big John's Wheel, and of course 1,000 of Sorry. But if I want to bring the Big John's Wheel of Fortune order up to 1,000 as well, making it and Sorry another long show, I could do that. But for now, I think this is the best that... I think the shows as they are currently, they are as good as they are. There were some other shows I was going to potentially release at some point down the line as well. Like the arcade version of Deal or No Deal. Well, I mean, I was hoping for the Lombard location to have that game when we were there just before... It was just after Christmas, going into the new year. And fortunately, they did not have it. And I'm sure all of us were rather I'm sure all of us were rather disappointed to find that out when it didn't have the game. I mean, I don't take any of the blame or anything because it was a small space. They couldn't fit everything into that large space. So I suppose they did was they split the games from Addison into Schaumburg and Lombard. So I suppose whatever went into the Lombard location went in there, and then the rest of it went over to Schaumburg where the GameWorks was. And you know, I really want to go back to, you know, I really want to return. I really want to check out the Schaumburg Dave and Buster's. So I'm sure we have that on our bucket list. We'll take a good look at that in the future, and maybe we'll check that out some point. Check that out some point in the future. I'm sure that game that I have enjoyed for years is still there. Yeah, it's still there for all of us, especially myself, to enjoy. But yeah, there's a few other series that I'd like to make, like Set for Life, Big John's Whammy, Pressured Luck. So, Spin and Win is actually going to be a tricky one because the game actually has not been heavily documented on the platform. So that's going to be a tricky one to try and document. Maybe make it as an official series. So if that's the case, then maybe I will be the first one. Well, if that's the case, maybe I will be one of the first to actually make it as a whole series. That would be really nice to make it as a series. Yeah, at some point in the future. But of course, as I said, with the trials and everything that that image has, where the game is, it is going to be it. I mean, I have to reset it I have to restore a snapshot every 3 episodes, but I think that's something we can work through. The other difficulty is Instant Millionaire. Well, the thing is, I'm not familiar with the game. But of course, if you remember that test run we did shortly after we did the first edition, after we did the Random Character Extravaganza the shortened edition of the Weekend Fun and Games show, where we only did Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Random Character Extravaganza after that. Where we did only those games and nothing more. It was over the weekend. That's when I did a test run of Powerball, just to make sure that I got everything correct. Get the rules of the games down, and everything like that. It's only the first game that I'm trying to, they're still trying to, get attended to. And from calculations, it looks like episodes of that show are probably going to take only maybe 15 minutes. Maybe 15 minutes a piece. I think maybe about 8 to 10 minutes, or possibly shorter. I think it was shorter than that. If I recall, I think it was shorter than that to make all those episodes of the show. So that could become a once a week, maybe that could become a seasonal series, series split into seasons. But I just brought the show up, so of course it's too early to determine whether I wish to actually, what time I'd like to make the show available or not. Alright, I don't think Drew's going to come back, so I'm just going to end the voice call there. But we're already through the main portion anyway, so yeah. So if we were to make Powerball Millionaire, if we were to make that as a series, that could possibly take over the 3 p.m. time slot, because following the final episode of the Bowling Train, which will likely be sometime in October, the Minecraft Travel Series thing would then begin airing. So those episodes will then start airing. Once those have aired, then I plan on doing Deal or No Deal Jackpot after that. So then it's probably not going to be until sometime next year that I would then begin making episodes of that and then eventually airing them. So depending on, I'll just see how the first episode goes, and then I'll decide, a pattern from there. I'll just do just like we did with Play 9. I'll do like a pilot test. Like a live pilot test, or maybe just a independent pilot. Where I'll just, try out the episode, just try out a test episode just to see if we get everything correct and everything like that. And then once I get everything right, then of course, I'll eventually begin making episodes. I'll just then devise a plan for the release schedule, and then of course I'll start making episodes after that. So yeah, that's currently what the plan is. Where did I store those Sorry episodes? I know I stored them on this drive. Yeah, here they are. There they are, 5 gigabytes. So I can maybe just move those episodes over to another storage drive and store them there. Well, maybe something for the short term. Yeah, but I'll probably just make stuff for the short term, and then just make some episodes for the short term, and then go on from there. But I did say in regards with the future of the spring taping cycle in mind. So, as I've said, we could be looking at the final week of March before spring break, well, before the other spring break, that I will be recording episodes of the final episodes of Ticket to Ride, and then of course Yahtzee, and then of course I'll be recording Yahtzee episodes through April. Yeah, through April. So I did say April 13th would be the deadline. So then I'd be spending almost the entirety of that spring break planning out and preparing for preparing the set for the 4th and likely final season of the Bowling Train, which would then debut on June 1st. Alongside the anniversary of Sorry, which would then debut alongside the anniversary of Sorry. Well, the first anniversary of Sorry's premiere, and it will debut alongside Yahtzee along with Yahtzee and Play 9, both as brand new series on the channel. So two new series coming to the channel. So, well, actually, yeah. So, yeah, let me get this straight here. So, 3 new series coming to the channel this year. Of course, Ticket to Ride will premiere in April 6th to be exact. Then, of course, Yahtzee and Play 9 will debut in June alongside the 4th and final season of the Bowling Train, and hopefully, if all goes well, the 4th season of Downers Grove. Of course, I want to go back to Rochelle and watch the Through the Railroad Days again. That would mean we would be sacrificing our weekend fun and games show in the process. But of course, I've devised contingency plans for that. I will get to that when we get closer. But then I heard about the Big Boy going on another tour. I mean, that is something I would like to take part in. Now, they've only released the West Coast schedule as of right now, but then once I see the schedule for the Eastern Seaboard and the Midwest, then of course I'll go from there and we'll see what we can do.
During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazards. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area, these tests will be postponed until another day. Again, this has only been a test of the National Weather Service's radio warning alarm tone.
So that would take over the Minecraft plans for that day. So the thing then is, so the fact of the matter then is that, as I've said previously, I'd like to do some more Minecraft work off air. Not paving, but actually some physical work. And maybe I'll just document the progress on air. Yeah, wherever possible. But I'm thinking it might just be relation to paving and things like that. So, paving, putting up bridges, everything like that. That's probably mainly what it's going to be. And then signage. So. So yeah, that's quite a work. That's quite a lot of work we've got. Quite a lot of stuff we got to work with during that spring break. But of course, I'll work as much as I can and get it all taken care of by then. So. And I'm especially, but now considering that now I can use a VGA monitor with my micro PC, I get to once again witness Windows 11 from my own eyes on a CRT monitor. I'm just looking forward to it in every possible way. I really am looking forward to it. Yeah, I gotta set everything back. Yeah, the Bishop Ford Freeway video, that's gonna be what those are gonna be one of the later entries. So this will fill in these will fill in the gap. So these will fill in the gap. These will fill in the gap in between between the final episode of Mule or No Mule and the first episode Ticket to Ride. And then the final episode of Big Numbers, and then the first episode of Yahtzee. I really like the way these came out.
During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next good weather day.
Alright, now there was actually something else I was going to mention, and this was actually related to Monday, I believe it was. Because I've actually set up multiple Windows 11 virtual machines. One, so I could replicate the crazy little experiment we did on New Year's Eve, which I'm sure you all might remember, where I advanced the date forward by so many years, up to the year like 8100 or something. Oh, that was crazy. And just seeing how Windows 11 behaved at those dates, I'm just amazed, because like things wouldn't even open when the date is like set that far. I'm just honestly amazed. And I had to try everything to get the date, to set the date back to the correct one, and then everything would work again. It's crazy. I know. That, and then another virtual machine just for, myself. Things I'd like to do on there, without altering the host PC in any way. So, of course, I wouldn't be able to do anything with it, because it's a local limited account, so obviously I wouldn't be able to install anything. So that's why I have that virtual machine with 25H2. And now in the case of the server fundamentals class, well, it's nothing different. Server 22, 11 Pro 24H2, and now I have a Pro 25H2 PC. now that we're mentioning 24H2, I mean, its support ends in October of this year, because it'll be 2 years since that version was released. So that would mark the end of service for Home and Pro 24H2, and then November this year will mark the end of 23H2, the complete end of 23H2, as that will be when the commercial editions of that version will not receive any more updates. So, and then by then 26H2 will be out, and the PCs at my college are still running 24H2. I did hear that 26H2 could be an enablement package. Could be another one of those enablement packages. I mean, it's just going to essentially build on top of both 24 and 25H2, so it'll basically share the same features. Oh, and there's all the backgrounds from when I initially had this PC, when I initially brought this PC into service. Oh yeah, the background with the old logo at the top, but that I don't use anymore, just use the plain background now. Now what was I gonna do? It's in here. I actually had a little bit of fun with Phenomena 8. This one that we used for the other Golf Road. Now, I'll just see if you all can hear it, but I could put it on my main system, and that's what I'm thinking of doing, putting OpenMPT onto my one of my PCs. I'm just testing this out. Because I've actually been having a little bit of fun with this one, with it, in terms of channels and everything like that. But now that I think about it, I think OpenMPT might be a good fit for my main system, considering that there's a lot of stuff on here that I don't even use anymore. So, in fact, now that I think about it, let's go and put it on my main system. So, this is the latest version. So yeah, give me 1 second here, and then I can show you what else I was going to do. All right. Well, don't view anything because I'm gonna alter some. I'm gonna change some stuff over here. This railroad scanners thing, I don't need it anymore, so I'll probably just throw OpenMPT in that spot. I'll just see what else I can get rid of, but no, I don't need basic statistics. I'm just gonna. There we go. Alright, so now I got OpenMPT on my main PC. And yeah, here's the setup with the VGA module that I'm sure you all may remember. Where I had just reused the monitor and the speakers from that HP desktop, and then just plugged in my own keyboard and mouse, because this is PS2, so it wouldn't work. And why are we out of sync again? Alright, there we go. So now, if I go over to where I store my my music files, I'll show you what I've been doing with this one. So, we'll start playback. And then I'll mute the first 2 channels. It's actually right around here. That's down to just that. And then I'm going to rapidly unmute the first 2 channels. That sounds like that could be like a really nice addition. And I'll keep OpenMPT because I just want to do it on my main system without affecting my other PC. without affecting my, without having to mute on my micro when I just want to do the MPT stuff. I really like the music selection for the upcoming Bishop Ford video. Yeah, it sounds like that was a much better idea than previously. Yep, Ohio had his some communities in Ohio did their monthly or weekly siren tests today. Well, I guess some monthly, some weekly, but majority of them are likely monthly, so. Yep, and of course we heard Wisconsin's siren test earlier, which ran for, so I guess now we know 1 minute it's a test, and then 3 minutes it's for an actual warning, which is the same story here in Illinois. It runs for 3 minutes. I mean, 3 minutes it's an actual warning, and then running for 1 minute being just a test. So now yesterday's siren test, I had the Galesburg reel came on when the Tuesday siren test came up. Oh, there's the RWT that wasn't decoded correctly from earlier this morning. So I see. But yeah, I hope you're all looking forward to I'm actually looking forward to the remaster of some of those older Street View episodes. I'm looking forward to the remasters of those. But that is, of course, not all, because I am also, I'm not only looking forward to the remaster of those episodes, but of course I'm also looking forward to Rochelle. Going back to Rochelle, I'm looking forward to that. But I have to see what the plans are as we get closer to that point. But yeah, Rochelle, I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that I can make it there again, and hopefully I can figure out that, or I can maybe just try to make the. And I could just make it work. It's not going to be the best, but I've been thinking about something related to the wireless thing. I could, but I still don't think it's going to give me, it's still not going to give me good results. So, I've been thinking about I'm thinking about this. So I did say earlier about the upgrades in terms of the Wi-Fi upgrades and how unsuccessful it was. So at this point now I'm debating between two options. So I'm debating between two options. The first would be to just get a wireless adapter, a USB adapter, instead of using that Wi-Fi M.2 card. Instead of using that M.2 card. Or one that would fit in the PCIe slot. But I was thinking about another idea, and it has something to do with the motherboard, but I'm not going to risk that. As much as I'd like to, I am not going to run that risk. Because that would change the position of everything, and that would just make it very uncomfortable. I wouldn't be able to close the PC in one piece. So pretty much those are my options now. Wi-Fi adapter or PCIe card if I want to make it wireless. Or the other option is just continue bridging the Wi-Fi connection for the foreseeable future and risk it going out every few days. No, I would not want that happening. I wouldn't want that happening. Yeah, I really would not want that to happen. Yeah, personally, I do not. Here goes Las Vegas. But hey, the good thing is I can plug that Mr. Go Cube into my PC and it would supply some power. The only thing then is, where did I leave the remote for it? That's over here. I don't think the remote maybe works anymore or something. Yeah. The battery inside of it might be dead, considering it's been sitting here for so long. But hey, it's good to know that this cube still works after all this time. Just sitting unused and idle. But then, the only other issue is, which computer do I want to let this cube power, or give power to? That's the only other issue I have. So at this point now, it's either a Wi-Fi adapter or PCIe card. Either of the two. And now that I think about it, Wi-Fi 5 is now a bygone generation. So I feel like we just get Wi-Fi 6, and then I'd end up with faster speeds, and I'd just end up getting Wi-Fi 6 speeds. And if I have to get drivers for it, I will. But if I have to get drivers to get that working, then I most certainly will. And then once it's fully functional, then I can finally cease bridging a sort of Wi-Fi connection. But I was also thinking about something else. One of those HDMI switches. You just press a button and it switches between the output of two PCs. So I don't have to keep plugging the HDMI cable in and out of one PC and then just move it over to the next and whatnot. But I mean, that would be a problem of its own. So that's something I would possibly want to consider figuring out. But for now, the setup is fine as it is. I mean, the bridging of the connection, I mean, it does sort of slow down the other machine. But yeah, there was something else I was thinking too earlier. I was going to say it, but I guess I got so distracted I did not. It was about moving the Weather HDS2 that we use for our Info Center 24/7 broadcast and move them over to the small form factor to the Inspiron PC. This way then I won't have to keep this way though I won't have to keep changing out the this way I won't have to keep switching between Info Center and this way I won't have to keep switching between Info Center and the programming, each weekend. So the Info Center will now become a 24/7 thing. So, you'd see like what chiptunes is playing and whatnot. I'll have to see if I can get anything. I'll see if I can get anything like that set up. Oh, this one. Oh, yes. Upgrading server 2003 to 2025. Darn. I did try using Windows Server 2025 before, but I don't know if I'm going to want to use it now. But hey. At least I get to experiment a little more with Windows Server, just see what I can do. See what I can do with it. Maybe see if I could try to set up Active Directory on it and everything else like that. Pretty much a lot of things. I'm going to go ahead and remove WAOO because I know they're going to be testing here very soon. Both WLSs are going to stay because, as I've seen them test on a monthly week. Yeah, because I know they're gonna. Because I know they still run a manual test despite it being a monthly week for some reason. WLK, this is monthly week, so they're going to test tonight at 2:45 a.m. Central Time. And then we're still waiting to see if KMA will test. Hopefully they do. All right. So, as we have just about 5 minutes left here before we go on with anything, really, let's go ahead and do the sort of usual thing. So, for those who may just be oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. That's better. All right. So now for those who might just be joining us now, well, we're glad to have you here with us here today. So here's what's happened so far. Florida, Georgia, and Alabama are the first 3 states to do their Severe Weather Awareness Week exercise. Georgia was actually the very first state to do it. It happened at 8:30 this morning. They sent out a special test over NWR across Georgia. And then Florida did their drill, taking the place of all the respective morning tests However, Tampa will still be doing their evening test as usual, as it has been in previous years. So Tampa will still do their evening test tonight. However, Birmingham stated that Alabama doesn't rather conduct a statewide drill. However, Birmingham did a special test at 9 a.m. just to complement, the severe weather preparedness exercises. So that's what they did. So only Birmingham did it. Mobile did their usual test with all the counties. Yeah, however, Birmingham did the usual test with their county, however, Mobile still did their test. Huntsville decided not to do it for some reason and delay it to Thursday. I don't know why, but there's nothing going on there. Probably technical problems or something. But regardless, they'll test tomorrow. Otherwise, everybody else tested. However, a few of them decided to test very late. Like Raleigh, they tested well after 12 noon. However, Wilmington, Ohio tested 12:45 Eastern time. Yeah, tested about 12:45 Eastern time. And Aberdeen went well after about 1/4 noon Central time. And then Grand Junction went well after just a bit after 1 p.m. So those were some of the offices that tested late. All right. So with all that said and done, in just a matter of minutes, well, before we get to that, so next week's statewide drill will be Mississippi. I forgot to put Mobile in there, but it's already going to be part of the monitors anyway, so it's going to take Mississippi. And then they'll just test their Alabama state counties as usual. So, here's what's going to be coming up here. So in just a few minutes, we are going to get started with our usual games here for this week. Of course, Wheel of Fortune Deluxe, and then Hyperball. That will then be followed by Monopoly. We'll then get on to concluding. Part one. Part one of our show. Part one of our show at 5. And then we will move on, and then of course I'll go to my evening class tonight, and then come back, and then of course we'll do the evening stuff. I'll come back home, depending on where the live program is at, rejoin it from there, and then watch The Perfect Line after that for tonight. I've already taken care of Scrambled Up following my lunch break today, so I am good on that. So I don't have to worry about making that up tomorrow, which I'm happy for. So I can just get up early tomorrow and just take care of one of my college assignments. Actually, there's 2, because I'm splitting them between 2 days. One tomorrow, one Friday, and then I'll be recording More Play 9, bringing the show up to the 50 episode finish line, and then the entire first season will be ready to go. Then I'll have the entire first season ready to roll. So that is the plan. But then for tonight, of course, I'll come back. We'll do the eBay scavenger hunt and the MBS word game. And then if Brandon's up for doing no deal tonight, we'll do that. If not, then we'll find something else to fill in the time. And then we'll just find something else to fill in the time. And then, that would then be it after that. So, then what am I going to do? Well, I don't know. Maybe watch more of those Yu-Gi-Oh! Parodies, continue rendering Yahtzee episodes, clear stuff on my watch later. Maybe finally getting to Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal that I've been trying to get to for several weeks now. I don't know. I don't know what the plans are. But it could go any way. But who knows? And of course, Backyard Baseball will come on tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. Yep, we're going back to the 5 p.m. time slot for a few more weeks, as I've decided officially So now, that's going to be the official plan. So then I can finish up Play 9 and everything else. So, with that being said, I think we're ready to get started. We're going to get started here with our games. Let me make sure that the virtual machine is recognizing those 3D effects. Let me make sure that it found the 3D effects on the first try. Sure looks like it did. Nice. All right, then we can just switch it over to the virtual machine. All right, and then we will be off and running. Here with this, we'll have to go through January, and then we'll go through February, and then that is that. So, with that being said, I'll go ahead and unmute the desktop audio. Let's. Oh, that's right. I remember. Oh, that's right. I swapped out the drive in, so everything was set. But we're going to continue from the 28th. Let's begin. Alright, so that takes care of Wheel of Fortune. Now we're going to move on to Hyperbole. Then, of course, we got Monopoly after this. Yep, and then we got Monopoly once we're done with this one. And then that will be all of the games for now. As then we still have a few more we still got a few more later on tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and load up Hyperbole here. And then we will go ahead and get started with that one. Okay, well that is it. Exit game. Well, quit game as in start a new game, and then exit meaning quit the software entirely. Alright, well, we are done with this virtual machine for now. I don't think I even unmuted the audio, didn't I? Yeah, I think I see. Oh yeah, there's what we were working with earlier. I can just move it all the way back to the beginning. You just adjust the playback speed. Here, you can just turn it all the way. There you go. You can slow it down to 0.42. Gosh. Now I don't even know what it's saying. Because it's a little chipmunk now. Now it's 0.71. Okay. I don't know what got me into this suddenly. Now it's 2x speed. And now it's 0.5. Now it sounds like the Chipmunks are singing this. The Chipmunks singing this. Let's try it. Pitch and speed. We'll go up 12. Up 12 semitones. Alright, let's reverse it. And now, ladies and... Okay, no. I don't even want to say it. As much as I'd like to, I don't want to. I really don't. I just want to hear what it sounds like at the speed. Okay, that's all you're getting. That's all you're getting. You're not getting any more than that. I don't know. I just don't know what to say. I don't know how I ended up getting it. I think that was literally the very first thing that led me into my obsession with Yu-Gi-Oh! And now here I am. Several months later, now I'm just finally learning the aspects of the game and everything. And hey, now I've already brought up that it's going to become a series soon on the channel. Well, the card game, that is. But the 2003 format, to be more exact. Alright, well, we are going to get to Monopoly here in just a matter of minutes. And then, of course, we are going to get to... let's see, Monopoly last week actually went by pretty freaking quick. It went by pretty fast. So fast, in fact, that we ended up having enough time to play around more with the talking animal things and whatnot. We had a whole lot of time for that last week because of how fast last week's Monopoly game went. Alright, so again, we're going to get to Monopoly here very shortly. We haven't even got a chance to play around with Tom and Ben yet. There's that Phenomena song from earlier, along with all the other stuff I'd been into over the weekend. The retail demo mode. So, I was also thinking about something else. Now that I have a 2 terabyte storage drive and I can store even more virtual machines on there, I was thinking, why don't I see how my factory install of 11 runs inside of a virtual machine? Well, the thing is, what I'm gonna do is do a complete restoration of the image. So just take the image, restore it. So essentially, I'll just restore the image with Acronis, like I did with one of the Nostalgia Paradise episodes. So I'll just restore the image, then boot to the Support Assist Recovery, boot to Recovery, and then just clear the whole installation out and start from scratch. And then I'll just update straight to 25H2 or try retail demo. Or just try retail demo mode on that. Or essentially just make a completely new Windows 11 virtual machine, altogether. Because I haven't touched mine in quite some time. I have it stored on my external hard drive. It's been running quite slow. Oh my gosh, I can't even begin to explain how long it's been stored on that drive. Because I have 2 of them. One of them is that pre-release build. The other is the final release. Oh wow. 62 gigabytes of space. That's going to be taken off of this thing. Wow. I don't even touch this 21996. I'll move that one off as well. Windows 11 discs. Oh, there's my pre-release disc, and then I still have a copy of 24H2. So, yeah, I still have a backup of 24H2. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm moving the virtual machines off the external hard drive and onto the 2 terabyte drive, so that way I'll have more space. So that way I'll have more space to store more stuff on my external hard drive, and not just that. Also, so that way now I can run Windows 11 virtual machines at a much faster speed. Because running them off an SSD, oh yeah, certainly much faster. Much, much faster. Alright. So, I already have Monopoly inside, so let's just go ahead and start the game. And I didn't unmute the audio. That was what happened. Here it
New
is.
player.
Well, this is the old stuff, so I gotta make the new profile again.
What's your name?
I gotta make the new profile again.
Which token would you like to be? So, add more players?
Well, first I gotta see if I can go to...
Now, first, want to see your name? Click it. New player? Click the button.
More names. Well, you know what? We can just play as the other names, so... Alright, we just have to reinstall the game. What is this? Sound options. Music. It's off by default. What if we just do this? Oh, nothing happens. Alright, well, we can't alter anything, so... Alright, well, let's start a new game.
What will it be? If you've played here before, what's your favorite token?
Well, actually,
Come
let
on,
me,
choose. To begin,
yeah, I
you
forgot,
if you
but
see your
that's
name,
okay.
click on new player, just type your
sure,
name.
this will be the permanent one.
Please pick a token. So, add more. Well, all right then.
All right,
Well,
let's just get
which
to
all
it.
right then. Add more. Well, and you can add. What's the scan? All right then. How tough? Which? When everybody's ready, interested in using a special board?
I don't feel like it this week. Let's just do the classic board.
Play with the classic Monopoly rules, or add some custom features.
Let's just do 4 properties, shorten the auction. That was the mistake I made last week. Salary will stay the same. We'll bring initial cash. We'll eliminate free parking. And start.
Okay, doggy. Good luck.
Let's get some people back.
Three. Baltic Avenue.
It's still money.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. An AI player wants a trade. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property. A successful trade. Yes. Show us your stuff, horse and rider.
I'm up for an adventure.
Looks like 7 to me. Chance, let's see what it is. Advance token to the nearest railroad and pay owner twice the rental to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank.
Anchors away.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. 6. Oriental Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat.
Proceed!
Lucky 7. Chance, you feeling lucky? Go back 3 A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Go back 3 spaces.
The infernal taxman! He always has his hand out.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Race car, burn a little rubber.
Another race, and I have the pole position, as usual.
Looks like 7 to me. Chance, I love these. Let's look. Take a ride on the Reading. If you pass go, collect $200. Another turn around the board, another $200. It's Iron's turn.
I can't wait to get started.
We got 4.
Give me your best shot, come on.
An AI player wants a trade. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trade. It's a done deal. We got 6.
Only a visit this time.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Eater from Decatur. St. Charles Place.
Smells like home to me.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. Half a dozen. Kentucky Avenue.
Good. No toll to pay.
Battleship, you're out. 5. St. Charles Place.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Let's keep this game rolling.
Let's have another go at it, shall we?
8. Electric Company.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Toss those cubes. 2. Chance. Bank pays you dividend of $50. Looks like 11 to me. Tennessee Avenue. Your turn, Iron. Both hands, 10. Free parking. Come on, let's play. We got 4. Pennsylvania Railroad.
It's still money.
Good luck, Horse and Rider. An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Strapped for cash? You can always sell buildings, mortgage property, or trade. Trade concluded. Ace, deuce, 3. Illinois Avenue.
Finally, a break.
Battleship, full speed ahead. We got 4. Pennsylvania Railroad.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
8, looking great. Indiana Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. 6 and 5, 11. Indiana Avenue.
I guess I can afford that.
Race car, burn a little rubber. Both hands, 10. Waterworks.
Pocket change.
An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Your turn, Iron. 6 and 5, 11. Pacific Avenue.
Green is my favorite color.
This property will go to the highest bidder. The bidding is done by clicking on these buttons. Who's going to start us off? Iron. Top Hat. Battleship. Iron. Dog. Battleship. Iron. Horse and Rider. Battleship. Iron, race car, top hat, dog, horse and rider, race car, iron, dog, top hat. Going once, iron, dog, race car, iron, dog, race car, iron, dog, horse and rider, top hat, horse and rider, dog, race car, dog, race dog, race dog, race dog, race dog, race dog, race horse and rider, dog, battleship. Going once, going twice, gone. Way to go. You were the highest bidder. Your turn, doggy.
Let's shake a leg.
8, looking great. Indiana Avenue.
It's still money.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider. 5. Marvin Gardens.
That's chumps change.
Let's keep this game rolling. 6. Marvin Gardens.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Move along here. Let's go. 5. Waterworks.
I guess I can afford that.
Let's go. 'A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. 2. Go to jail. Bad break. Your turn, Iron. 5. Chance. Pay poor tax at $15. Okay, doggy. Good luck. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? North Carolina Avenue. It's your turn, horse and rider.
Howdy.
8. Let's see where that takes us. Park Place.
Nice property. If you have the coin. Easy call.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. You have the dice, Battleship. We got 10. Boardwalk.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Top Hat, it's up to you. 11. Boardwalk.
Well, it won't cost me anyhow.
Let's motor, race car. What'll it be? Roll the dice or pay the $50? 8. Let's see where that takes us.
No charge. I like that.
Your turn, Iron. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Another turn around the board, another $200.
Give me your best shot. Come on.
Your turn, doggy. Eater from Decatur. Here's some easy money. Both hands, 10.
Nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live here.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. Lucky 7. $200. That's easy money.
No problem.
You have the dice battleship. We got 6. Around the board again. Here's your $200.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
4. Connecticut Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Lucky 7. St. James Place.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Top Hat, roll and good luck. 11. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200.
Just visiting. How fortunate.
Race car, burn a little rubber. Six. Illinois Avenue.
No charge. I like that.
Your turn, Iron. A nickel. Connecticut Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Roll those bones, doggy.
Let's get a wiggle on.
A pair of 6s. 12. Chance. You feeling lucky? Take a walk on the boardwalk. Advance token to boardwalk. Boardwalk. Niner. Another turn around the board. Another $200.
It's still money.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. We got 6.
Just passing through.
An AI player wants a trade. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Everyone accepts the trade. Well done. You have the dice battleship. 11. Ventnor Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. Half a dozen. St. James Place.
Well, it won't cost me anyhow.
Race car, burn a little rubber. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Community chest. Show me that card. Christmas fund matures. Collect $100. Good luck, Iron. We got 10. New York Avenue. Half a dozen. B&O Railroad.
You'll have to do better than that.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Eater from Decatur. St. James Place.
I lead a charmed life. What can I say?
Let's do it. Six. St. James Place. Good. No toll to pay. Battleship, you're out. An AI player wants a trade. It's a done deal. A nickel. North Carolina Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Top Hat, it's up to you.
Here I go again.
We got 6. Chance. Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Race car, get your motor running. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. We got 5. Luxury tax. Them's the breaks. Good luck, Iron. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Community chest. Show me that card. Income tax refund. Collect $20. Okay, doggy. Good luck.
Let's shake a leg.
7. Indiana Avenue. It's your turn, horse and rider. An AI player wants a trade. Strapped for cash? You can always sell buildings, mortgage property, or trade. Trade concluded. 7. Indiana Avenue. Good. No toll to pay. You have the dice, Battleship. 7. Boardwalk.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Top Hat, it's up to you. 8. Let's see where that takes us.
I shall hide here and gather my wits about me.
Race car, burn a little rubber. Lucky 7, $200. That's easy money.
Pocket change.
An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. Let's do it. 4. Park Place.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Roll those bones, doggy. Looks like 7 to me.
Good place to dog it for a while.
Good luck, horse and rider. Looks like a 4 to me. Ventnor Avenue.
That's chum's change.
Half a dozen. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid. Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Toss those cubes. 8. Looking great. $200. That's easy money. Chance. Advance token to the nearest railroad and pay owner twice the rental to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank. Top Hat, it's up to you. 6. Let's motor, race car! Looks like 7 to me. Electric company.
Pocket change.
Your turn, iron. 4. Here's $200, just for looking so good.
You'll have to do better than that.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Trade concluded. Roll those bones, doggy.
Putter Potter, let's get outer.
A deuce. Electric company.
It's still money.
It's your turn, horse and rider. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Lucky 7. $200, and you didn't even do anything. Battleship, you're out. 5.
A respite? How quaint.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. 8. Looking great. Race car, burn a little rubber. 7. New York Avenue.
No charge. I like that.
Your turn, iron. 7. Vermont Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 9. Kentucky Avenue.
I lead a charmed life. What can I say?
Horse and rider, you have the dice. 3. Baltic Avenue.
That's chumps change.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading.
I'm about to lose my grub stake.
Battleship, you're out. 6. Atlantic Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Ace, deuce, 3. Race car, start your engine. half a dozen. B&O Railroad.
I recognize this place. I think.
Good luck, Iron. 6. Virginia Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Your turn, doggy. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Niner.
Good place to dog it for a while.
Battleship, full speed ahead.
Stay the course.
Looks like 11 to me. Park Place.
I own this. Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Nine. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. New York Avenue.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Race car, get your motor running. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. An AI player wants a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A successful trade. Yes. Looks like 7 to me. North Carolina Avenue.
No charge. I like that.
Okay, Iron, press on. Looks like 7 to me. Kentucky Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Roll those bones, doggy. Niner. You have the dice, Battleship. 12. Back so soon? Here's your $200. Connecticut Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
5. Virginia Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Top Hat, it's up to you. We got 6. B&O Railroad.
I guess I can afford that.
Let's motor, race car! Three. Short Line Railroad. It's up to you. Auction it or keep it for yourself. Keep that train of thought. Your turn, Iron. 9.
A good place to cool my jets, all right.
Okay, doggy. Good luck.
I am pumped.
Looks like 7 to me. You have the dice, Battleship. 8er from Decatur. Chance, let's see what it is. Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
I shall remain incognito here for a while.
Top Hat, it's up to you. We got 5.
I shall hide here and gather my wits about me.
Race car, start your engine. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. An AI player wants to trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. We got 6. Here's your set. $200. Pocket change. Whose turn is it? Come on. A pair of 6s. 12. Chance. Make general repairs on your property. For each house, pay $25. For each hotel, $100. Roll those bones, doggy. Lucky 7. You have the dice battleship. We got 10. You got control of the dice, top hat. Niners. Race car, start your engine. 3. You can't hide from the tax man. It's Iron's turn. An AI player wants to trade. A successful trade, yes. 3. B&O Railroad. You'll have to do better than that. Okay, doggy. Good luck. Both hands, 10. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Take a rest. You can park it for free. You have the dice battleship. We got 4. Top hat, it's up to you. Lucky 7. Race car, burn a little rubber. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
All right, Jeopardy's almost over.
Looks like 11 to me.
And we're gonna soon get ready to wrap up part 1
Pennsylvania
here
Railroad.
Yawn.
of today's
It's
show.
Iron's turn. 5.
A good place to cool my jets, all right.
Let's go. 9er. Marvin Gardens.
It's still money.
Battleship, you're out. 8, looking great. Top Hat, toss those ivories. Lucky 7. Race car, burn a little rubber. Cinco. Free parking. Take a break. Let's go. 9er. It's over to you, dog. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Park Place.
It's still money.
Battleship, full speed ahead. 4. Virginia Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Top Hat, toss those ivories.
I'm raring to go.
11. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading.
I'm out of business.
Let's move! Who would like to make an opening bid? Battleship, iron, race car, battleship, race, iron, battleship, iron, battleship. Going once. Going twice. Gone. Who's going to start us off? Battleship, iron, dog, iron, battleship, 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 iron, battleship. Going once. Going twice. Gone. Congratulations on buying a splendid... Who's going to start us off? Iron, dog, iron, battleship, iron, battleship, dog, battleship, iron, dog, iron, battleship, iron, battleship, iron, battleship, iron, battleship. Going once. Going twice. So, way to go. Who's going to start us off? Iron, battleship, iron, dog, iron, battleship, iron, battleship, iron, Battleship, iron. 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 Battleship. Going once. Going twice. So, who would like to make an opening bid? Iron. Dog. Battleship. Iron. Dog. Battleship. Iron. Battleship. Iron. Battleship. Iron. Battleship. Iron. Going once. Going twice. So, you are the owner of a fine new property.
All right, that's it for Jeopardy. We are going to move now into the last portion of today's, well, the first half of today's show. And then we'll get ready for the second half a little later on tonight. For now, let's finish Monopoly.
Half a dozen. Atlantic Avenue.
Pocket change.
Looks like 7 to me. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Bank error in your favor. Collect $200. It's Iron's turn. Lucky 7. Your turn, doggy. Lucky 7. Another turn around the board, another $200.
Tops, but I don't work.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. Lucky 7. Kentucky Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car. Burn a little rubber. 8. Let's see where that takes us. $200. That's easy money.
Hope they take a credit card.
Your turn, Iron. Six. Okay, doggy. Good luck.
Let's get a wiggle on.
We got 4. Vermont Avenue.
It's still money.
Strapped for cash?
I'm going belly up.
Battleship, you're out. Looks like 7 to me. Waterworks.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car, start your engine. Half a dozen. Chance, I love these. Let's look. Advance to St. Charles Place. If you pass go, collect $200. St. Charles Place. It's Iron's turn. Eater from Decatur. Tennessee Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Battleship, you're out. Both hands, 10.
Must they always single out the rich to tax so mercilessly?
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Nine. Here's your salary again, just for passing go. Chance. You feeling lucky? Advance to Illinois Avenue. Illinois Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why, of course I do, yes.
Race car. Burn a little rubber. 10. Kentucky Avenue.
No charge. I like that.
Good luck, Iron. 6. Illinois Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
You have the dice battleship.
Onwards and upwards.
Half a dozen.
I shall remain incognito here for a while.
Race car, get your motor running. Both hands, 10. Pacific Avenue.
No charge. I like that.
Okay, Iron, click to roll. 9. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Grand Opera opening. Collect $50 from every player for opening night seats. You have the dice battleship. We got 6. Let's motor, race car. 9er. Another turn around the board, another $200. Good luck, Iron. 8. Here's your salary, $200.
Give me a break here already.
Toss those cubes. 2. Electric company.
I own this? Oh, why, of course I do, yes.
Race car, get your motor running. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us?
The house always wins.
Your turn, Iron. 9er.
Only a visit this time.
You have the dice battleship. 7. New York Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, get your motor running. 6. Pennsylvania Railroad.
Yawn.
We got 10. B&O Railroad.
I recognize this place. I think.
Good luck, Iron. You rolled a 3. States Avenue.
All right! I love shopping, yes!
Move along here. Let's go. 8. Looking great. Ventnor Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car. Burn a little rubber. Half a dozen. Pacific Avenue.
No charge. I like that.
A deuce. Community chest. What's it going to be? Life insurance matures. Collect $100. 8. Another turn around the board. Another $200. It's Iron's turn. Half a dozen. New York Avenue.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
You rolled a 3. Chance. I love these. Let's look. Advance token to nearest utility. If unowned, you may buy it from the bank. If owned, throw dice and pay owner a total 10 times the amount thrown. Cinco. Battleship. Full speed ahead. Cinco. North Carolina Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car. Burn a little rubber. Both hands. 10. St. Charles Place.
No charge. I like that.
It's Iron's turn. Looks like a 4 to me. North Carolina Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Eater from Decatur. Another turn around the board, another $200. Toss those cubes, Battleship. 5. Park Place.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car, start your engine. Cinco. St. James Place.
No charge. I like that.
Let's keep this game rolling. 6. Oriental Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. 5. St. Charles Place.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
You have the dice, Battleship. Looks like a 4 to me. Another turn around the board, another $200.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car, get your motor running. Hey, doubles, 12. Waterworks.
Pocket change.
Looks like a 4 to me. North Carolina Avenue.
No charge. I like that.
Half a dozen.
Guess I'll lay low for a while.
It's Iron's turn. 7. Tennessee Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Battleship, you're out.
Steady as you go.
Looks like 7 to me. Vermont Avenue.
I own this. Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Let's motor, race car. So, would you like to pay $50 or try to roll double? We got 4. Virginia Avenue.
No charge. I like that.
Okay, Iron, click to roll. 5. Indiana Avenue.
Give me a break here already.
Strapped for cash? You can always sell buildings, mortgage property, or trade. Let's go. 12. Boxcars. Free parking. Take a break. 10.
I shall remain incognito here for a while.
Let's motor, race car. We got 6. Take a rest. You can park it for free. Okay, Iron, press on. 6. Marvin Gardens.
Let's see who else.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
Who else captured the
4.
format change? Here's another ID.
Community chest. What's it going to be? Doctor's fee. Pay $50. 10.
A good place to cool my jets, all right.
And then this is about
Battleship,
air check.
you're out.
Score ID.
5. Let's motor, race car. Both hands, 10.
Guess I'll lay low for a while.
Good luck, Iron.
The final hours of 1043 Jams. And of
Looks
course,
like
California
7 to
Love was
me.
one of the last songs they played before the end of
Toss
it.
those cubes, Battleship.
So Random Media Archive actually caught the actually captured the moment on their stream that the
Looks
moment
like
they
a
made
4
the
to
switch,
me.
along with the first 20 minutes
Let's motor, race
of
car.
the score
Roll or
on
pay
FM.
out. 5.
I was thinking about capturing the switch
Okay, Iron,
myself, but I
press on.
didn't. That's okay.
We got 10. Battleship, you're out. Lucky 7. Let's motor, race car. So, would you like to pay $50 or try to roll double? Both hands, 10. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Your turn, Iron. 9. Battleship, full speed ahead. 4. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Virginia Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car, burn a little rubber. So, would you like to pay $50 or try to roll double? Short of cash? You'll need to raise some money then. Mortgage. For which property? Mortgage. For which property? Looks like a 9. Where does that take us?
No charge. I like that.
Good luck, Iron. Ten. Take a rest. You can park it for free. Battleship, full speed ahead.
Onwards and upwards.
5. New York Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Race car, let's roll. 5. Illinois Avenue.
No, no, no. This can't be.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. If you can't pay, you can't play. Sorry, it's Iron's turn. 7. Ventnor Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Battleship, you're out. Looks like a 4 to me. Indiana Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Okay, Iron, press on. A nickel. North Carolina Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Battleship, full speed ahead. 8, looking great. Pacific Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Whose turn is it? Come on. You rolled a 3. Short Line Railroad.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
You have the dice, Battleship. 8, looking great. Boardwalk.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Your turn, Iron. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Baltic Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Battleship, you're out.
A very posh port indeed. I'll fit right in.
3, $200. That's easy money. Community chest. Show me that card. You have won second prize in a beauty contest. Collect $10. Good luck, Iron. Both hands, 10. States Avenue.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
You have the dice, Battleship. 9er. St. Charles Place.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Good luck, Iron. 8er from Decatur. Kentucky Avenue.
Give me a break here already.
Strapped for cash? You can always sell buildings, mortgage property, or trade.
I told you money is nothing but trouble.
It's all over. We have a champion.
Victory, sweet victory.
How about another game?
It takes money to make money, yes sirree. I do love success. Victory, sweet victory. Fantastic! The rich get richer. Victory, sweet victory.
And the game's over.
Would you like?
I didn't see because I was still watching the No, I didn't want a network game. I want to exit the game. No, I want to exit the game. That's what I want to do. I'm still going back on the I found I just found that somebody was able to So it looks like 670 the score was on WBMX HD2. So they kind of were on FM, you know, for about 5 years. But now they're on full FM. Now they're on full FM. Entirely on 104.3. And I just found an article comparing when mechanical hard drive fails compared to an SSD. Yeah, so I was unable to retrieve the data directly off the hard drive because I couldn't boot into an operating system off of that one drive. When you might still need an HDD. Well, that's if you need a Well, that's because SSDs with like 4 terabytes of storage, yeah, very expensive. I mean, even with 2 terabytes, yeah, that too is expensive. So the virtual machines should have transferred over now. Yep, I see we're already down to 1.46 terabytes. I'm gonna create a new VMs folder where I will move all of them. So now I should be able to boot these all in. I should be able to boot all these now in with now blazing fast speed. And my external drive is almost at over a terabyte. Now I gotta remember what the password was to get into this. I gotta remember what the password was I had set. Because I know it's been a while since I touched it. So seems like, yeah, this is the issue when it comes to encryption. So if you forgot your password, well, it's gone. You can't access it. So I can't even remember what the password was to get in. Well, to access the virtual machine and all of its contents. Let's try an old one. Or did I forget an element of it? yeah, I think this is a total loss. And besides, I haven't even touched this virtual machine in I haven't even touched that virtual machine in quite some time, so yeah, I mean, that virtual machine on its own is outdated, so yeah, it is on its own outdated, so at this point, I think it's better off if I just make a whole new one, so yeah, I think it's better off if I just make a whole new virtual machine. Wonder if I can still access this one. Oh, wow, I can. Let's see how fast this thing boots. I gotta tell VMware that I moved the virtual machine over. Yeah, this is that, well, the virtual machine I have specifically is that, it's that pre-release build that was, it was one of those preview builds of Windows 11 that were leaked prior to the official announcement. Oh, wow. It is booting up much faster than it was before. I mean, let me tell you, before, this thing took a whopping... I don't know how to say it, but this thing took a whopping... I think it took like 5 minutes just to load. It's crazy. It is absolutely wild. I mean, a lot has changed on the start menu from between the pre-release build to what we have now in 25H2. It is just amazing to see. So I'll just make a brand new Windows 11 virtual machine, so that way I don't have to encrypt it all the time. I'm gonna set this up for Windows 11. I'll just call it 11. And I'm going to tell it to remember the password, so that way I don't have to enter it every single time. It's just that box. I'm going to put a 512 gig disk into that. Oh, I got to change the locations where it's going to be stored, because it can't store everything on the main drive. So I got to change it. So folder let's try changing it to I. There we go. So there you go. Now it's redirecting to the I folder, VMs, Windows 11. Yep, and then we'll just set it up as a 512 gigabyte VM. But now that I have 32 gigabytes of RAM, I can up the RAM size to 8 gigabytes. And I'm going to edit this so that way I don't get confused. I'm going to change this to 21996 so that way I don't get confused as to what version of 11 this is. Because I don't want to be confused myself if this is the pre-release build or if this is the final release. So yeah, I was thinking maybe try it myself and see what it's try to see what we can do with that install. So now that I have a complete backup of it. Yeah, because I backed up my entire PC with Acronis before I swapped out my internal hard drive and put a much larger capacity SSD into it. All right. Now, for what we're about to go through. So now that the score has officially made the switch, I'll probably just go and find the video again, and I'm not going to post my own one. Yeah, I don't need it. I just want the IDs that, you know, before and after the switch, and that's it. That's all I want. I don't need anything more. And where did Audacity? Oh, I remember I closed Audacity. Let's try this one. Oh, and I might want to mute the audio too. Good thing I caught that. Oh, can't wait to see how Talking Ginger sounds with that. Oh my gosh, dude.
Or draw your cards so we can duel right now. Crap! I surrender. Boots free. Here.
Oh my gosh. I love that. As I just mentioned, there were literally so many moments of that I've rewatched over and over and over again. So all right. So now then, let's see. We're done with our games. So we're done with our games pretty much now. So all that's left to do is, you know, wrap up part 1, but we're not going to wrap it up just yet. Now, that little USB adapter is what I'm considering at this point. Because as much as I would like put in a... So I'm still debating between whether I want the USB adapter or just put in a PCIe card and, you know, do that. I mean, I've still got plenty of options here, you know, in terms of this stuff, so. But there are a few that I am considering, so. I could move the small form factor a bit further back, but of course this is not the right slot for it. I would have to move the Inspiron back, you know, towards the wall in order to fit the cube in the slot. And even trying to plug it into the front, there's not going to be enough space for it to fit. That's the only problem then. So I could move that cube somewhere else and put it on there instead, you know, if I wanted to light up again. But I guess until then, it will remain dark for I don't know how long. Alright. So, with all of our games now done, with the first half of the weeklies done, and with the evening stuff all set ready to go, what's coming next? Well, break is coming up. For my evening class tonight, which I will attend, and then hopefully I'll make it back. Let's see, I've made it back. Let's see, the last few weeks I've been back by, I think it was 8:30, was it? I think it was like close to 9 back then at that time last week. So I predict it will be the same way this week. I predict it's going to be the very same way, considering how long the lectures take. So as a result, of course, I expect to be back by 9. Hopefully by 9. And then I will take care of the perfect line, get that taken care of. So then we'll do the perfect line. We'll get that taken care of. And then when that is all done, then we still got a few other things then that we got to take care of as well. So that is of course, the word game, We'll do the eBay scavenger hunt. You know, we'll just see what else is, you know, see what other kind of cool things are lurking around on eBay. Whether it's like other PCs that I have or have had. And, you know, lots of stuff, basically, so. Yeah, lots of stuff, basically. So pretty much a whole lot of stuff. Lots of stuff in general. But yeah, pretty much a whole lot of stuff. So yeah, good thing I retrieved whatever hard drives I wanted to retrieve. And the lower capacity ones that I'm not needing anymore, those I'm getting rid of. So I have a 240, I have a 480, and I have a 512. But currently, as you know, my small form factor has a 2 terabyte in there now, and that will remain so for the rest of that drive's existence until it finally until it finally sees the day where that drive no longer functions. But of course, I'm not going to try to store data on there for the long run because I don't know how much longer that drive's going to last. So I just want to run it for as long as possible as just a data drive. Not a drive to store an entire operating system, but rather a drive just to store data, and that's it. So at this point, as I've said, the Wi-Fi card did not go as planned, as I was hoping it would, because the antenna cables were not long enough that run from the card over to the back of the case. I guess I maybe should have looked at the size beforehand. So, at this point, the only choice now is either PCIe, make use of one of its PCIe slots, or just get one of those USB adapters. I'm thinking the best way to go is to do, I think the best way to go would be PCIe. So that's what I'm thinking of doing. So since the Wi-Fi thing did not work, so good thing I know now. I'll try to see if I can pitch the PCIe idea. I did try to pitch it, but here's the thing. I really, really want wireless connectivity instead of my small form factor. I really want it. I really want wireless connectivity because I don't want to keep bridging the internet connection from my main system because it's going to keep going out every few days. I don't think it's anything to do with the insider build, but I think this will just make it, you know, a little more stable and a little more reliable. In this sense. So, I'm thinking, yeah, I think the PCIe card would be a better alternative to that. So, yeah, at this point, I think PCIe or USB would be the best solution for this problem. Besides, that card is Wi-Fi 5. And now we have Wi-Fi 6. So we could bring it up to Wi-Fi 6 speeds and then it'll run more reliably. Yeah. I think this is going to... I think this will work the best. I mean, it's difficult to try and run, wires through the piece, run antenna lines through the PC just to get wireless connectivity going. I was hoping it was going to work, but yeah, I underestimated I underestimated how efficient it was going to go. I am still rather disappointed that did not work. But I mean, here's the thing. This reminds me of another upgrade that we were going to attempt similarly. I bought a SATA power cable where it was full 6-pin, and then I found out that we were supposed to have a mini 6-pin. So that adapter came, we tried it, and it worked. So we had a mini 6-pin, so we tried that, and it worked. Now, I think for the Wi-Fi, this should be similar. This should be a very similar approach. If the card did not work, just get PCIe, just put it in, install the drivers, and we're good to go. Simple. That is going to be the thing that will put the nail in this coffin. That will put the nail in the coffin on this upgrade. Because so far, most of these upgrades have been successful. 32 gigabytes of RAM, that's been a success. Didn't San Diego run a monthly already? This is nighttime. They're supposed to go at like 6:45 a.m. Or was that a weekly that Kogo relayed? Let me go back and take a look. So Kogo did do a monthly. So why is San Diego doing a monthly again? I don't know. They're probably confused between daytime and nighttime. Kogo did it right.
Tyler.
Oh, that must be dinner.
Time for food.
Yes, it is. But before that happens, let's get Talking Ginger going here, because I know you want to hear this little cat speak. All right, let's go. Oh gosh, that's fun. All right, well, we don't have enough time to play around a little more with talking Ginger or whatever, because that is the end of part 1 of today's show. So the only thing that's left to say is, of course, I'll be back in a hopefully by 8:30 or 9 to continue and eventually wrap up tonight's show. So we will see you then to wrap up our Weekly Test Wednesday program for this week. But until then, we hope you have a good rest of your evening, and I will see you all